Hello, and welcome back to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Tonight, I want you to imagine something very old and very quiet. Somewhere far away, in a room lit only by a single flame, there rests a shelf of scrolls. The air around them is still, almost holding its breath, as if the walls themselves understand how much care it takes to keep a memory alive. That is where we are going tonight, not into noise, not into anything sharp or sudden, but into the soft, dim hallways of the oldest libraries the world has ever known. You do not need to remember anything I say. You do not need to hold onto a single fact. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever is holding you right now. Whether that is a pillow, a blanket, or simply the mattress beneath you. Let your shoulders loosen. Let your jaw soften. There is nowhere to be tonight except right here, drifting somewhere between waking and sleep. Long before there were screens, or printed pages, or even paper as we know it, there were people who understood something quietly remarkable. They understood that a single thought, spoken once and never written down, could vanish as easily as breath on a cold morning. A story told around a fire might live for a generation, maybe two, carried gently from one voice to another. But eventually, if no one wrote it down, it would simply drift away. The way mist lifts off a river at sunrise and is never seen again. So, in an act of quiet devotion, some of the earliest civilizations began to press their words into clay. Imagine soft, wet tablets held in careful hands, marked with tiny wedge-shaped symbols, then left to dry slowly in the warmth of the sun. Rooms filled with these tablets became some of the very first libraries the world had ever seen, tucked inside temples, protected by priests and scribes who saw their work not as simply organizing information, but as tending something sacred. Every tablet was a small act of trust, passed forward through time to hands they would never see, and voices they would never hear. As centuries turned slowly like the pages of a very old book, this quiet devotion did not fade. It only grew across deserts and coastlines, in cities built from limestone and marble, entire buildings rose with the singular purpose of protecting knowledge. Some were grand and echoing, with high ceilings that seemed to hum softly with the presence of thousands of scrolls resting on their shelves. Others were smaller, humbler, hidden inside quiet courtyards where scholars murmured to one another beneath soft lantern light, debating philosophy, mapping stars, or copying medical texts by hand, letter by letter, with the same patience a gardener might use to tend a fragile seedling. Tonight, we will wander gently through some of these places. We will walk past shelves that once held the wisdom of entire empires. We will pass through libraries built beside great lighthouses, others hidden deep inside mountain monasteries, and some that endured floods, fires, and the slow passage of centuries, only to somehow survive into our own time. There is no need to hold onto the names or the dates. Simply let the images settle over you, like warm water easing over tired muscles. You might imagine yourself walking barefoot across cool stone floors. The hush of a reading room settling around you like a soft fog somewhere nearby. A scribe dips a reed pen into dark ink. The faintest scratching sound blending into silence. Dust motes drift lazily through a beam of golden light falling from a high window, catching the air the way slow-moving thoughts catch the edges of a drowsy mind. There is nothing urgent here. There has never been anything urgent here. Only care, patience, and the slow, steady work of remembering as we move through the night together, section by section. We will visit ancient halls of clay tablets, grand marble libraries beside the sea, quiet monasteries where monks copied manuscripts beneath flickering candlelight, and hidden rooms sealed away for centuries, protecting fragile pages until someone gently and carefully found them again. Each of these places carried the same simple hope that something fragile, something easily lost, might somehow be kept safe a little longer. You do not have to stay awake for any of it. In fact, I hope you do not. Let my voice become something soft in the background, like the low hum of rain against a window pane, or the distant murmur of a fire settling into embers. If your mind begins to wander, let it wander freely. If your eyes grow heavy, let them close. There is nothing here that requires your attention, only your rest. So settle in now, wherever you are. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts loosen their grip one by one, like leaves letting go of a branch in the quiet hush of autumn. Tonight, we drift together into the hush of old libraries, into candlelight and clay tablets, into scrolls that outlived empires, and slowly, gently, into sleep itself. Let us begin very gently in a land shaped by two great rivers, where the earth itself seemed to remember things. Long, long before anyone thought to call a room a library, there were people living between two winding rivers in a place the old world called Mesopotamia. The rivers moved slowly through flat golden plains, carrying silt and soft dark clay along their banks. The kind of clay that, when lifted gently in a palm, could be shaped into almost anything. It is a strange and lovely thought that the very same mud that farmers used to build their homes and shape their pots would also become one of humanity's first vessels for memory itself. In small farming villages along these riverbanks, something quiet and remarkable began to happen. People needed a way to keep track of things. How much grain had been stored, how many sheep belonged to which family, how much barley was owed, and to whom, and by when. At first, these records were kept only in the mind, passed along through careful conversation, the way a farmer today might remember exactly how many bales sit in the far corner of a barn. But as villages grew into towns, and towns grew into cities, memory alone was no longer enough. Too many details, too many transactions, too many small promises made beneath the wide, open sky. So someone, whose name we will never know, pressed a reed into a slab of wet clay and made a mark. Then another. And in that small, unremarkable moment, something extraordinary had begun. Writing itself was being born, not from poetry, not from prayer, but from the gentle practicalities of daily life. Grain, sheep, land, ever created were not declarations of love or war, but quiet lists, careful and precise, meant only to help one neighbor remember what was owed to another. Over time, these marks grew more refined. Instead of simple pictures, scribes began pressing the edge of a reed stylus into the clay at careful angles, creating small, wedge-shaped impressions. This new form of writing came to be known as cuneiform, and it would go on to record hymns, laws, medicine, mathematics, and the private worries of kings for nearly 3,000 years. Imagine that, an entire system of memory built from mud and reeds, outlasting empires, outlasting languages, outlasting nearly every other form of communication invented before it. In the ancient city of Nippur, one of the oldest and most sacred cities in all of Sumer, there stood a temple dedicated to the great god Enlil, Lord of wind and breath. Nippur was not a city of soldiers or conquerors. It was, in a very real sense, a city of scholars and priests, a place devoted to learning as much as to worship. And it was here, tucked quietly within the temple's inner rooms, that archaeologists would later uncover something astonishing. Room after room filled with clay tablets, stacked and sorted, some resting on simple wooden shelves, others gathered together in careful bundles, as though someone long ago had taken great care to keep them organized. Picture it for a moment, if you can, in the soft, drifting way that dreams sometimes let us picture things. Warm sunlight falling through a narrow window, dust hovering lazily in golden beams, the faint smell of dry clay and river mud mixing together in still air. A young scribe, no older than a teenager, kneeling on a woven mat, carefully copying lines from an older, more worn tablet onto a fresh one, his lips moving slightly as he silently sounds out each word. These young scribes trained for years to master their craft. Some began their education as small children, memorizing lists of signs, practicing the same symbols again and again on cheap, practice tablets meant to be reused, smoothed flat, and written over once more. It was a slow, patient education, built on repetition and quiet endurance, not unlike the way water slowly shapes a stone over many, many years. And once a scribe had mastered the fundamentals, they moved on to copying literature, hymns to the gods, ancient myths, wisdom texts offering gentle advice to young men entering adulthood. Even simple stories meant to teach humility, patience, and respect for one's elders. In fact, among the tablets uncovered at Nippur, archaeologists found something very close to what we might call a library catalog today. One of the oldest ever discovered, a single tablet, small enough to rest in two hands, listing dozens of literary works by title, almost as though someone had once sat quietly, organizing an entire collection of stories and hymns, so that future readers might know exactly what waited for them on the shelves nearby. There is something deeply moving about that, isn't there? Even thousands of years ago, in a warm, sunlit room beside a slow-moving river, someone cared enough about preserving stories to write down their names, simply so they would not be forgot. These early archives were not libraries in quite the way we imagine today, with quiet reading rooms and soft armchairs. They were closer to treasure rooms, storage rooms, sacred repositories tucked within temple walls, protected as much by religious reverence as by any physical lock or door. To disturb these tablets carelessly, to lose them through neglect, was considered not merely careless, but almost a small betrayal of the gods themselves. Knowledge in this world was sacred. It belonged not simply to kings or priests, but to the community as a whole, passed carefully from one generation of scribes to the next, the way a smoldering ember might be passed gently from one hearth to another, never quite extinguished, only carried forward as centuries drifted onward. This careful tradition of collecting and preserving tablets did not remain confined only to temples. Wealthy households began keeping their own smaller collections. Private scribes, trained in the same slow, patient methods, copied medical texts, incantations, and family records, tucking them away in modest clay jars or wooden boxes within their own homes. Even ordinary exorcists and healers, tasked with treating the sick and warding away misfortune, kept small personal libraries of ritual texts, carefully copied by hand from teacher to student, generation after generation, quietly ensuring that ancient remedies and prayers were never entirely lost. There is a soft irony hidden within all of this, one worth resting on gently before we drift onward tonight. Clay, of all materials, seems fragile at first glance, a single careless drop, and a tablet might crack or crumble into dust, and yet, unlike papyrus, unlike parchment, unlike so many later materials humans would use to record their thoughts, clay tablets, once dried or accidentally baked hard in the heat of a fire, could survive for thousands upon thousands of years, resting quietly beneath layers of sand and soil, until curious hands finally lifted them once more into the light. In a strange twist of fate, some of the greatest disasters in ancient history became, quite by accident, moments of preservation rather than destruction. When cities burned, when palaces were sacked and set alight, the intense heat of those fires sometimes baked soft clay tablets into something closer to hardened stone. What began as tragedy for the people living through it became, centuries later, an unintentional gift to those who would dig gently through the ruins, brushing away dust with soft cloths and careful fingers, uncovering messages written by hands that had turned to dust themselves long, long ago. It is a strange comfort in its own quiet way to think that even destruction sometimes carries the seed of preservation within it, that even in loss something might still be saved. Perhaps that is part of why these ancient archives feel so soothing to imagine tonight. Resting here in the dark, drifting slowly toward sleep, they remind us that fragility and endurance are not always opposites. Sometimes the softest, most delicate things, clay, breath, memory itself, find quiet ways of surviving far longer than anyone might expect. As we drift onward from Nippur, carrying with us this soft image of temple rooms filled with sunlit tablets and patient young scribes, we begin to understand something deeper about why humans build libraries in the first place, not simply to store information, though that matters greatly, but to create a quiet promise between generations. A promise that says, I will care for this now, so that someone I will never meet might one day hold it gently in their own hands and understand a little more about the world and about the people who came before them. Let yourself rest in that thought for a moment. Somewhere in a warm room beside a slow river, thousands of years ago, someone pressed a reed into soft clay simply so that you, so very far away in both time and place, might one day imagine them clearly and drift a little more peacefully into sleep. Let us settle back into that same warm hush from before, that same slow drifting sense of sunlight through an old stone window, and turn our attention now to the writing itself, to the marks, to the quiet, patient invention that made all of this possible in the first place. Before there was cuneiform, there were pictures, simple ones at first, scratched or pressed gently into the surface of wet clay by scribes who were only just beginning to understand what writing could become. A small drawing of an ox, meant to represent an ox. A drawing of a bundle of barley, meant to represent barley. A drawing of a bowl, meant to represent a measure of grain. These early marks were called pictograms, and they served a very simple, very practical purpose. They helped people remember what had been counted, what had been traded, what had been stored away for the coming season. There is something rather soothing in imagining this earliest stage of writing, isn't there? No grand literature yet, no poetry, no royal proclamations, no sweeping histories, just small, honest records drawn by careful hands, meant only to help one neighbor remember what belonged to another. Writing, in its very first form, was born not from ambition, but from a quiet, practical kindness, an effort to reduce the small daily worries of remembering and forgetting. But pictures, however careful, have limits. A drawing of an ox can show you an ox, cannot easily show you the idea of ownership or the passing of time or the feeling of gratitude or the concept of a promise made and not yet fulfilled as Mesopotamian society grew larger and more complex, as cities expanded and trade routes stretched further across the plains. The scribes needed something more flexible than pictures alone could offer, so slowly, patiently, over many generations, something began to shift. The drawings became simpler, less detailed, less like tiny works of art, and more like efficient symbols, quick to press into soft clay with the edge of a reed stylus. It makes a gentle kind of sense when you think about it. Drawing a curved, detailed picture into wet clay with a pointed reed is slow and often messy. The soft surface resisting delicate lines the way damp sand resists a careful sketch, but pressing the edge of that same reed at an angle, creating a clean, simple, wedge-shaped mark. That was fast. That was efficient. That could be repeated again and again with very little effort. This is where the name cuneiform comes from, borrowed much later from the Latin word for wedge. Slowly, the once recognizable pictures of oxen and barley and bowls became rows of small, angled impressions, abstract and quick, no longer resembling the objects they once represented, but carrying their meaning forward all the same, the way a nickname might drift far from someone's given name, and yet still somehow refer unmistakably to them. Something else happened during this long, slow transformation, something quietly profound. The signs themselves began to rotate, turning roughly a quarter turn from their original orientation, perhaps to make them easier to press cleanly into the clay, with a hand moving from left to right. And as this happened, the writing system began to separate itself further and further from simple pictures, becoming something closer to true language. Signs no longer needed to resemble the things they described. Instead, they could represent sounds, syllables, small building blocks of spoken words that could be combined and recombined to write almost anything a person might wish to say. This shift from picture to sound changed everything. Suddenly, scribes were no longer limited to recording only physical objects like grain or animals. They could write names. They could write actions. They could write abstract ideas like loyalty or sorrow or the changing of seasons. Cuneiform slowly transformed from a simple accounting tool into a true written language, capable of carrying poetry, prayer, law, and memory itself across centuries. Interestingly, this evolution also simplified things in an unexpected way. Early Sumerian writing required well over 1,000 different signs, an enormous number for any scribe to memorize. But as the script became more phonetic, more focused on sound rather than picture, the number of necessary signs slowly decreased, eventually settling closer to 600 or 700, and later even fewer among certain later cultures who adapted the system for their own languages. It is a soft, quiet irony that as the writing system grew more powerful and expressive, it also became slightly easier to learn, easing its way gently into wider and wider use across the ancient world. And spread it did. What began as a Sumerian invention was soon adopted and adapted by neighboring peoples speaking entirely different languages. The Akkadians borrowed cuneiform to write their own Semitic tongue. Later, the Babylonians and Assyrians did the same, followed eventually by the Hittites, the Elamites, and many others scattered across the ancient Near East. Cuneiform became something like a shared inheritance, passed from culture to culture, each one shaping it slightly to fit their own words and their own needs, much the way a favorite recipe might be passed between families, slightly altered each time, yet always recognizable at its core. For nearly 3,000 years, this quiet system of wedge-shaped marks carried human thought forward through time. Legal codes were written in cuneiform, carefully outlining fair treatment between neighbors. Royal inscriptions boasted of building projects and military victories, pressed into stone and clay alike. Medical texts described symptoms and remedies. Mathematical tablets worked through complex calculations. some of which still astonish modern scholars with their precision. And of course, literature flourished as well. Myths and hymns and stories passed down carefully from teacher to student, scribe to scribe, generation to generation. Speaking of scribes, let us imagine, just for a moment, what it might have felt like to become one. Young students, often no older than small children, entered special schools known as edaba, meaning quite literally tablet house. There, seated cross-legged on woven mats within cool, shaded courtyards, they began the long, patient process of learning their letters. Practice tablets were used again and again. The soft clay smoothed flat after each lesson, ready to be written over once more. The same way a chalkboard might be wiped clean at the end of a school day, there survives, even now, a gentle piece of writing describing the relationship between an older scribe and his younger student, offering quiet advice about diligence, patience, and respect. It is a small human moment, preserved across thousands of years, reminding us that even in the earliest days of written language, teachers worried over their students, hoping they might grow wise, careful, and disciplined in their craft. There is something tender in that thought, a quiet echo of every teacher who has ever hoped the best for someone younger than themselves. As you rest here now, drifting slowly along with these old lessons, imagine the sound of a reed stylus pressing softly into damp clay, again and again, wedge after wedge, syllable after syllable. Imagine the quiet concentration of a young scribe's face, brow slightly furrowed, tongue perhaps caught gently between his teeth, focused entirely on getting each small mark just right. There is no rush in this memory, no urgency, only patience, repetition, and the slow, steady building of something meant to last far longer than any single lifetime. Eventually, as centuries passed, cuneiform would slowly fade from daily use, gradually replaced by simpler alphabetic systems that required far fewer signs and could be learned far more quickly, but its legacy did not vanish. Thousands upon thousands of tablets remained, buried quietly beneath the ruins of forgotten cities. waiting patiently in the dark for hands that would not arrive again for well over 2,000 years. And when those hands finally did arrive, careful modern scholars working through the 1800s, slowly piecing together the meaning of these ancient wedge-shaped marks once again. An entire world of memory was gently, carefully brought back into the light. Let that thought settle over you now, soft and slow, like a blanket pulled up gently over tired shoulders. A system of writing born from practical necessity, shaped by soft clay and simple reeds, carried forward for nearly 3,000 years, then lost, then found again. Memory, it seems, has a way of waiting patiently in the dark, trusting that someone eventually will come looking for it. Let your breathing settle a little deeper now as we move forward in time, away from the sunlit temple rooms of Nippur and toward a grand city on the banks of the river Tigris, a city called Nineveh. By the time we arrive here, many centuries have quietly passed. The small farming villages that once dotted the riverbanks have grown into something far larger, something almost unimaginable to the earliest scribes who first pressed reeds into wet clay. Nineveh had become the capital of a vast and powerful empire, the Neo-Assyrian Empire, stretching across much of the ancient Near East. And at the very center of this empire, in a palace built from stone and cedar and quiet ambition, there lived a king who loved knowledge almost as much as he loved power. His name was Ashurbanipal. Ashurbanipal ruled during the 7th century before our common era, a time of both great strength and quiet unease for the Assyrian Empire. He was, by most accounts, a warrior king, trained since childhood in the arts of hunting and combat, expected to lead armies and expand borders. But there was something else within him too, something rarer among the kings of his time. He could read. He could write. In fact, he seems to have taken genuine personal pleasure in scholarship, in the slow, careful act of studying tablets covered in ancient wedge-shaped script. This alone made him unusual. Most rulers of the ancient world relied entirely on scribes to read and write on their behalf. keeping a respectful distance from the tedious work of literacy itself. But Ashurbanipal, it seems, wanted to hold the knowledge himself directly in his own hands and his own mind, rather than only through the mouths of others. And so he began to do something no king before him had attempted quite so thoroughly. He began to collect. It's worth pausing here gently to notice that this habit did not begin with Ashurbanipal entirely on his own. His father, King Esarhaddon, had already started gathering tablets, and even earlier ancestors, going back as far as his great-grandfather Sargon, seem to have kept modest collections of their own. Ashurbanipal, then, inherited not just a throne, but a quiet family tradition of valuing the written word. Yet, what he did with that inheritance surpassed anything that had come before. He sent letters, real letters, some of which still survive today, addressed to scribes and officials scattered across Babylonia, requesting that they search out specific tablets, copy them carefully, and send them back to Nineveh. Imagine the scene for a moment, soft and unhurried. A scribe in some distant Babylonian city receiving a royal request written in careful cuneiform script, unrolling it slowly, reading the king's specific interests, then setting off toward a temple archive to search patiently through shelves of ancient tablets, looking for exactly the text the king desired. At royal command, teams of scribes searched through temple libraries across the empire, seeking out texts of every genre imaginable, omens describing the movements of the moon and stars, medical texts detailing symptoms and remedies, prayers and incantations meant to ward off illness or misfortune, ancient myths describing the creation of the world, the great flood, and the adventures of long-forgotten heroes, whatever existed, wherever it could be found. Ashurbanipal wanted it brought home to Nineveh, either as an original tablet or as a carefully made copy. It is worth resting for a moment on why historians studying this collection today believe that Ashurbanipal wasn't gathering knowledge simply for pleasure, though pleasure clearly played its part. of what he collected concerned divination, ways of predicting the future through the careful observation of oil poured into water, the movements of planets, or the markings on the livers of sacrificed animals. His father before him had been almost consumed by anxiety over these omens, desperate to understand what the future held for his reign. Ashurbanipal seems to have inherited some of that same worry, wanting access to every possible source of guidance, every fragment of wisdom that might help steady an empire surrounded by rivals and uncertainty. And so, tablet by tablet, scroll by scroll, wax writing board by wax writing board, a truly extraordinary collection slowly gathered within the palace walls at Nineveh. Modern scholars now believe this library eventually held somewhere between 15 and 30,000 tablets and fragments, an almost unimaginable quantity for its time, representing centuries of accumulated Mesopotamian knowledge. It has since been called by many historians the first systematically organized library the world had ever known, distinct from the older temple archives in that it was gathered deliberately, catalogued carefully, and organized according to subject. Picture, if you can, the quiet halls of this royal library. Tablets stacked carefully on wooden shelves, some sorted by subject, others grouped according to the series they belonged to. Medical texts here, omen collections there, ancient literary works gathered together in their own quiet corner. Many bore small inscriptions at the end, gentle little notes scribes called colophons, identifying which tablets belonged to the royal collection, who had copied them, and sometimes even warnings against removing them without permission. It is a small human detail, isn't it? This quiet worry that a borrowed tablet might never find its way back home. Among the treasures gathered within these walls was a copy of the ancient epic of Gilgamesh, including its now famous account of a great flood that swept across the world, a story that would later astonish 19th century scholars with its striking similarities to other flood narratives told in distant lands. There were also collections of proverbs, gentle little sayings offering practical wisdom about patience, honesty, and the quiet rhythms of daily life, passed down from Sumerian tradition and carefully preserved through Ashurbanipal's efforts beyond mythology. The library held vast lexical texts, essentially ancient dictionaries, listing words in Sumerian, Akkadian, and other languages side by side. Tools that helped scribes translate and understand older texts that might otherwise have been lost to time as languages shifted and changed. There were medical handbooks describing illnesses and their treatments, astronomical records tracking the slow movement of stars and planets, and even a few gentle folk tales, including one modern scholars have nicknamed the poor man of Nippur, a story so charming it seems to echo forward across the centuries into later collections of tales told in Baghdad many hundreds of years afterward. It's a soft, remarkable thought to hold on to as you drift here in the dark. So much of what we now know about ancient Mesopotamian thought, its myths, its medicine, its mathematics, its quiet daily wisdom, survives largely because one king, driven by both curiosity and worry about the future, decided that scattered knowledge should be gathered carefully into a single place. And yet, as with so many things in this world, the story does not end simply with gathering and preservation. In the year 612 before our era, not long after Ashurbanipal's own reign had ended, the great city of Nineveh fell. Enemies surrounded its walls, breached its gates, and set much of the city ablaze, including, we believe, the palace that held this extraordinary collection of tablets. Here again, we find that strange, quiet irony we touched on before, the same one that seems to follow clay and fire throughout this history. The very fire that destroyed Nineveh, that ended an empire, also baked these soft clay tablets hard, preserving them far more effectively than gentle care alone might ever have managed. Buried beneath centuries of rubble and sand, forgotten by the world above, Ashurbanipal's tablets rested quietly in the dark for well over 2,000 years. Waiting, they waited until the middle of the 1800s, when archaeologists began carefully excavating the mounds that had once been Nineveh, uncovering room after room filled with broken, dust-covered tablets. Slowly, painstakingly, scholars began to piece together fragments, translating wedge-shaped marks that had not been read aloud in over 2,000 years. And in doing so, they returned to the world an entire library of ancient thought, myth, medicine, and memory, one that continues to be studied and slowly deciphered even now in our own time. Let yourself rest in that image for a moment as sleep draws gently closer. A king worried about the future, gathering the accumulated wisdom of centuries into quiet palace rooms. A fire meant to destroy that instead preserved, a silence lasting over 2,000 years, broken only when patient hands, centuries later, brushed away the dust and began, very gently, to read once more. Let yourself drift a little deeper now, settling into a story so old that it existed long before almost anything else we consider ancient today. Tonight, we turn gently toward Gilgamesh, somewhere within the vast collection gathered at Nineveh. Resting quietly on a wooden shelf sat a series of 12 clay tablets telling the story of a king named Gilgamesh, ruler of the city of Uruk. This was no ordinary king. According to the old poem, he was part divine and part human, immensely strong, a great builder, and at least in the beginning of his story, something of a harsh and restless ruler, one whose people grumbled quietly among themselves about his heavy hand. The gods, hearing these complaints drifting up from the streets of Uruk, decided that Gilgamesh needed someone to match his strength, someone who might soften his restless heart. And so, out in the wild hills beyond the city, a man named Enkidu came into being, formed from clay and water, living peacefully among the animals of the wilderness, running with gazelles, drinking from the same quiet streams they drank from. There is something soothing in imagining this part of the story. Enkidu resting easily among wild creatures. No walls around him. No crown pressing upon his brow. Simply existing quietly within the natural rhythm of the world. But fate, as it so often does in these old tales, had other plans. A trapper, troubled by this strange, wild man freeing his snares, sought help from Uruk, and a woman named Shamhat was sent out to meet Enkidu. In time, he left his wild life behind and made his way toward the city, drawn by curiosity toward the very king whose reputation had unsettled him. When Gilgamesh and Enkidu finally met, they wrestled in the streets, testing each other's strength in a long and mighty struggle. Yet rather than remaining rivals, something shifted between them. Respect deepened into friendship, and this friendship became the very heart of the epic. Two powerful beings finding in each other a companionship neither had known before. Together, they set out on adventures that must have thrilled listeners gathered around fires many thousands of years ago. They traveled to a distant cedar forest to face Humbaba, a fearsome guardian appointed by the gods themselves to protect that sacred woodland. With courage and with the quiet help of the sun god Shamas, they overcame this powerful guardian, returning to Uruk as heroes, their names carried on the lips of the entire city. Yet triumph in this story carries its own quiet cost. When the goddess Ishtar later proposed marriage to Gilgamesh, he refused her, remembering how poorly she had treated those who loved her before him. Wounded by his rejection, Ishtar unleashed the great bull of heaven upon Uruk, a creature of tremendous destruction. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, standing together once more, managed to defeat this terrible beast as well. But the gods, troubled by the deaths of both Humbaba and the sacred bull, decided that a price must be paid, and so, quietly, tragically, it was determined that Enkidu would die. His illness came slowly, settling over him like an unwelcome fog, and Gilgamesh watched helplessly as his closest friend, his truest companion, slipped further away with each passing day. When Enkidu finally died, Gilgamesh's grief became something enormous, something that reshaped the very direction of his life. For the first time, the mighty king felt the cold, undeniable presence of mortality pressing against his own heart, and he could not bear the thought that he, too, might one day simply cease to exist. So Gilgamesh set out on a long and difficult journey, further than any mortal had traveled before, searching for a man named Utnapishtim, the only human said to have ever been granted eternal life across mountain ranges no one had crossed, through a garden shimmering with jeweled trees, and finally across a vast, dangerous sea. Gilgamesh pressed onward, driven by grief and by fear, hoping desperately to find some way to escape the fate that awaited every living being. And it is here, in this quiet corner of the story, that we arrive at the portion of the tablets that would one day astonish the modern world entirely. When Gilgamesh finally reached Utnapishtim, the old man told him a story from long, long before, a story of a terrible flood. According to Utnapishtim, the gods had once grown weary of humanity's noise and restlessness, and decided, in their frustration, to send a great flood to wash the world clean. Yet the god E took quiet pity on one man, warning him in a dream to build an enormous vessel, gathering his family, his craftsmen, and pairs of every living creature safely inside before the waters rose. When the flood finally came, sweeping across the land for many days, Utnapishtim and all those sheltered within his vessel survived, eventually finding solid ground once the waters slowly receded. If this story feels strangely familiar to you, drifting here now in the quiet dark, you are not imagining things. This ancient tale of a flood, a chosen survivor, and a great vessel built to preserve life, shares remarkable similarities with flood stories told in many other cultures across the world, including the far more widely known account found within the biblical book of Genesis. And for many centuries, this Mesopotamian version rested quietly, forgotten, buried beneath the rubble of Nineveh, waiting patiently for someone to rediscover it. That someone arrived in the form of a rather unlikely scholar. His name was George Smith, and he had begun his working life not as an academic, but as an engraver of banknotes, with little formal schooling to speak of. Yet Smith possessed an extraordinary self-taught fascination with ancient cuneiform script, and he spent countless quiet hours within the British Museum, patiently studying broken fragments of clay tablets that had been shipped back from the ruins of Nineveh decades earlier in 1872. While carefully examining one such fragment, cleaning away centuries of dirt and dust, Smith began to make out a description of a ship coming to rest upon a mountain, and a bird sent out to search for dry land. His hands, we are told, began to tremble. Recognizing the unmistakable echo of a flood narrative, Smith reportedly became so overwhelmed with excitement that he leapt from his chair and began pacing rapidly around the room, to the great astonishment of everyone nearby. Later, in his own written account, Smith described piecing together the tablet, finding some columns nearly perfect, others frustratingly incomplete, and slowly realizing he was holding what he called a Chaldean account of the deluge. He soon discovered that this remarkable flood tablet was actually the 11th tablet within a larger 12-tablet epic, one that told the far grander story of Gilgamesh's journey, his friendship, his grief, and his search for meaning in the face of mortality. When Smith presented his findings to the Society for Biblical Archaeology in London that same year, the response was extraordinary. Here was an ancient text, far older than the Hebrew scriptures many in his audience held sacred, describing a flood story with striking similarities to their own cherished narrative. It raised questions that echoed far beyond the quiet halls of academia. Questions about shared human memory, about ancient cultures speaking to one another across centuries through half-buried clay. There is something wonderfully fitting, in a slow, drifting sort of way, that Gilgamesh's own story is itself a meditation on mortality and memory. Though Gilgamesh never received the immortality he desperately sought, the epic tells us gently, near its close, that he would instead be remembered, his name carried forward long after his death, celebrated for the walls he built and the wisdom he eventually gained through loss. It seems that memory itself, the quiet, patient work of being remembered by those who come after, was its own form of survival all along. Long before Ashurbanipal ever thought to gather his tablets, long before George Smith ever brushed dust away from a broken piece of clay, let this thought settle over you now, as your own mind drifts further from wakefulness. A king who could not escape death, discovering instead that stories themselves can outlast almost anything. A flood, once feared, later cherished as one of humanity's oldest surviving tales. And a quiet fragment of clay, buried for over 2,000 years, waiting patiently in darkness until curious, careful hands finally brought its ancient voice back into the light. Let the scene shift gently now, drifting away from the wedge-shaped script of the Tigris and Euphrates, and settling instead beside a different great river, one that moves slowly northward through golden desert sand, bringing life and abundance to everything it touches. We are in Egypt now, long before the famous library of Alexandria was ever imagined. In a world already deeply devoted to the quiet preservation of words, in this ancient land, the written word was considered something almost sacred, protected by its own goddess, Seshat, whose name itself meant female scribe. She was often depicted wearing a leopard skin, holding a palm rib notched to help count and measure time, standing quietly beside kings as they recorded great building projects and important events. It is a gentle thought to hold onto here in the dark, imagining an entire civilization so devoted to memory that they gave it its own goddess, its own quiet guardian, watching over every careful stroke of a reed pen. At the very heart of Egyptian knowledge preservation stood an institution known as the Per-Ankh, which translates quite beautifully to House of Life. These were not simple libraries in the way we might imagine them today, with quiet shelves and reading tables alone. Instead, they were expansive centers of learning, healing, and sacred practice, attached to major temples across the land, protected under the watchful eye of Thoth, the god of wisdom writing himself, picture for a moment what such a place might have felt like to walk through. Cool stone corridors, shaded from the relentless desert sun. Soft, murmuring voices drifting from one chamber to another. Some reciting ancient hymns, others discussing the properties of healing herbs, others still bent carefully over papyrus scrolls, copying sacred texts with a slow, deliberate care. The House of Life functioned as something between a monastery, a university, and a hospital, all woven together into a single sacred purpose: the preservation and application of accumulated wisdom within these walls. Scribes trained not only in the art of writing, but in astronomy, medicine, architecture, and theology. Some studied to become physicians, learning to diagnose illness and prepare remedies from carefully preserved medical texts. Others trained as astronomers, tracking the slow movement of stars to help determine the proper timing of religious festivals and the vital flooding of the Nile itself. Still, others became architects, translators, or diplomats, each drawing upon a vast body of written knowledge maintained and copied within these sacred rooms. Archaeologists have confirmed the existence of these houses at several sites, including one uncovered at Tel El Amarna, the short-lived capital built by the pharaoh Akhenaten, and another discovered at the Ramesseum, the grand mortuary temple built for Rameses II along the western bank of Thebes, though only a few have been physically located and excavated. Ancient inscriptions and the titles held by various officials suggest that similar houses of life once stood at Abydos, Memphis, Heliopolis, and many other temple sites scattered gently along the Nile. It is worth pausing here softly to imagine the sheer physical fragility of what these scribes were working to protect. Unlike the durable clay tablets of Mesopotamia, Egyptian scribes wrote primarily upon papyrus, a material made from the pressed and dried pith of reeds that grew abundantly along the river banks. Papyrus was lighter, more portable, and allowed for longer, more flowing texts than clay ever could. Yet it was also far more vulnerable susceptible to dampness, insects, and the slow, patient work of time itself. Every scroll preserved within a house of life represented a small, quiet victory against decay, an ongoing act of careful maintenance rather than simple storage. The scribes themselves occupied a position of remarkable privilege within Egyptian society. Literacy, we must remember, was an extraordinarily rare skill, held by perhaps only 1 or 2 out of every 100 people across the land. To become a scribe meant escaping the exhausting physical labor that defined most Egyptian lives. And this privilege was deeply understood, even celebrated, through educational texts written specifically to inspire young students. One of the most famous of these was called the Satire of the Trades, a piece of instructional literature that gently and sometimes humorously compared the harsh physical toil of farmers, soldiers, and laborers against the comparatively comfortable life of an educated scribe. Training began remarkably early, often around the tender age of 5 or 7, when young boys entered temple schools to begin the slow, patient work of mastering their letters, much like the young scribes we imagined earlier beside the rivers of Mesopotamia. Egyptian students spent countless hours copying older texts, practicing on reused fragments of broken pottery or flakes of limestone. Since fresh papyrus remained too costly and precious to waste on early practice work, only once a student's handwriting grew steady and disciplined would they graduate to working with genuine papyrus scrolls. Egyptian scribes needed to master 2 very different systems of writing, each suited to different purposes. Hieroglyphic script, formal and beautifully detailed, was reserved for sacred temple walls and important religious monuments. Each symbol carved or painted with slow, careful precision. Meanwhile, a faster, more flowing cursive script, known as hieratic, allowed scribes to record everyday administrative matters, letters, and working copies of literary texts far more quickly. Learning both systems required years of disciplined practice, copying the same texts over and over, slowly refining both accuracy and elegance. Beyond the house of life, private collections of texts also existed among Egypt's wealthier and more educated citizens. One such example survives in the tomb of a man named Amenwasu, a scribe and copyist who worked within the house of life during his career in ancient Thebes. Evidence like this suggests that even beyond official temple institutions, individuals sometimes gathered their own modest personal libraries, treasuring copies of religious texts, medical knowledge, or literary works purely for their own private study and reflection. As centuries passed and Egypt entered into its later Greco-Roman period, the meaning of the house of life gradually shifted and expanded. What had once referred primarily to a sacred center of learning and healing eventually came to describe something closer to what we would recognize today as a true library, a place where precious papyri were carefully gathered, stored, and protected. This slow evolution set a quiet foundation for what was soon to come. As Egypt prepared, without fully realizing it yet, to become home to what would eventually be remembered as the single most legendary library the ancient world had ever known. It is a gentle thing to consider, drifting here in the soft dark, that long before Alexandria's great halls rose along the Mediterranean coast, an entire civilization had already spent well over 1,000 years quietly perfecting the art of preserving knowledge. Sacred houses devoted equally to healing bodies and healing ignorance. Scribes trained since early childhood, copying, correcting, and safeguarding fragile scrolls made from river reeds, a goddess of writing watching gently over every careful stroke. All of this patiently laid down along the banks of the Nile, waiting quietly for the moment when Egypt's long devotion to knowledge would finally converge with the ambitions of a new Greek dynasty and give rise to something the ancient world had never quite seen before. Let yourself rest now in that soft anticipation, the quiet sense of something great about to unfold. Tonight, we simply linger a little longer among the reeds and the river, among cool temple corridors, and careful young scribes, before we allow ourselves gently to drift onward toward Alexandria itself. Let yourself settle a little deeper now as we drift toward the shimmering coastline of the Mediterranean, toward a city built at the edge of the sea, a city that would soon become home to the most legendary library the ancient world would ever know. The city itself was young when this story begins. Founded by Alexander the Great along Egypt's northwestern coast, where the Nile Delta gently meets the open sea, Alexander did not live to see what would eventually rise within the city that carried his name. He died only 8 years after founding it, and his vast empire soon divided among his most trusted generals. One of these generals, a man named Ptolemy, took control of Egypt, settling into Alexandria and founding a new ruling dynasty that would guide the city for nearly 3 centuries. It was under Ptolemy, and continued faithfully by his descendants, that Alexandria began to transform from a promising coastal settlement into something far grander, a shining center of trade, culture, and above all, learning. And at the very heart of this transformation stood 2 remarkable ideas, intertwined so closely that historians still debate where one ends and the other begins. The Museum, a great research institute dedicated to the arts and sciences, and within it, or perhaps beside it, the library itself. The story of how this began involves a rather fascinating figure, a man named Demetrius of Phaleron. Long before arriving in Egypt, Demetrius had lived an entirely different life in Athens, where he served for a time as a powerful politician, deeply influenced by the philosophical teachings of Aristotle. When his political fortunes eventually collapsed, Demetrius found himself without a home, without power, forced to flee the city he had once helped govern. He sought refuge, quietly and gratefully, at the court of Ptolemy the First in Egypt. There is something gently poetic in imagining this moment. A man who had lost everything in one great city, arriving in another, bringing with him not wealth or armies, but ideas. Demetrius had grown deeply familiar with Aristotle's own private library and the famous Lyceum School in Athens, and he carried with him a vision of what a truly great center of learning might look like. Ptolemy I, recognizing both Demetrius's brilliance and the potential of such a vision for his own growing kingdom, welcomed him warmly and eventually entrusted him with an extraordinary task: to found a library and research institute unlike anything the world had seen before. Around 295 years before our era, Demetrius set to work. His ambition and the ambition of the Ptolemaic rulers who supported him was almost breathtaking in scope. They did not simply wish to gather a respectable collection of important texts. They wished, quite literally, to gather every piece of writing that existed anywhere in the known world. Every scroll of poetry, every philosophical treatise, every scientific text, every play, every historical account, translated if necessary into Greek, copied carefully, and preserved permanently within Alexandria's walls. It is worth pausing here gently to imagine the sheer audacity of that dream. In earlier chapters of our journey tonight, we wandered through temple archives in Nippur, through the royal collection gathered by Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, through the sacred houses of life scattered along the Nile. Each of these represented remarkable, devoted efforts at preservation. But Alexandria's ambition reached further still, aiming not merely to preserve the knowledge of one civilization, one language, or one royal court, but to gather in a single place the accumulated wisdom of the entire known world. To achieve something so vast required methods that were, by the standards of their time, almost startlingly aggressive. Ptolemy III, a later ruler in this same devoted dynasty, reportedly wrote letters to sovereigns and cities scattered across the Mediterranean world, formally requesting to borrow their most treasured texts so that copies might be made when Athens, trusting in good faith, lent Alexandria their precious original manuscripts of Euripides, Aeschylus, and Sophocles. The Ptolemaic scribes copied them carefully, then kept the original texts for themselves, sending back only the copies, gladly forfeiting the enormous financial deposit they had promised in exchange for borrowing them at all. Even ships arriving in Alexandria's bustling harbor were not safe from this quiet, insistent hunger for texts. According to ancient accounts, any scrolls found aboard visiting vessels were seized, copied by the library's scribes, and only then returned, sometimes as copies rather than originals, to their original owners. It was, by any modern standard, a rather ethically complicated way to build a collection. And yet, viewed through the softer lens of history, it reflects something rather touching as well. A civilization so devoted to gathering and preserving knowledge that it considered almost any effort worthwhile if it meant safeguarding even a single additional scroll. As the collection grew, so too did the physical world surrounding it, though the exact architectural layout of the library has been lost to us. Ancient historians described a sprawling complex that included grand lecture halls where scholars debated philosophy and mathematics, quiet meeting rooms for smaller discussions, peaceful gardens meant for walking and reflection, dining areas where visiting scholars could share meals together, and even a small menagerie, a collection of animals gathered for study, tucked somewhere within the grounds. It was less a single building, in truth, and closer to an entire small city devoted purely to the pursuit and preservation of knowledge. By around 250 years before our era, estimates suggest that the library's collection had grown to hold somewhere in the range of 500,000 scrolls, an almost unimaginable number for its time, equivalent, by some modern comparisons, to roughly 100,000 printed books. Ptolemy II, continuing the ambitious vision his father had begun, is even said to have set an explicit goal of reaching that very number. It becomes difficult, drifting here in the quiet dark, to fully picture what such a place must have felt like. Endless rows of scroll racks stretching further than the eye could follow. The soft rustle of papyrus unrolling in careful hands. The gentle murmur of scholars gathered from across the known world, speaking in Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and countless other tongues, united only by their shared devotion to learning. Demetrius himself served as the library's very first director, carefully guiding its early organization and establishing the intellectual traditions that would define it for centuries afterward. Yet his own story carries a quiet note of sorrow within it. When Ptolemy the first eventually passed away, and his son, Ptolemy the second, inherited the throne, Demetrius fell rather swiftly out of favor. He did not long survive this change in fortune, dying not long after the new king's ascension. It is a gentle, somewhat wistful thought that the very man who helped conceive one of history's greatest monuments to permanence and preservation found his own personal fortunes to be rather fleeting and impermanent by comparison. Yet what Demetrius began did not fade with him. The library and its museum continued to flourish under successive Ptolemaic rulers, each adding new scrolls, welcoming new scholars, and slowly building Alexandria's reputation as the undisputed intellectual capital of the entire Mediterranean world. Poets, mathematicians, physicians, astronomers, and philosophers traveled from distant lands simply for the privilege of studying within its halls, drawn by the promise of unmatched access to the accumulated wisdom of centuries. Let this image settle gently over you now, as sleep continues its own slow approach. A politician who lost everything in one city, finding purpose in building something extraordinary in another, a dynasty of kings, so devoted to knowledge that they were willing to bend both diplomacy and ethics simply to gather one more scroll. And a city rising quietly along the Mediterranean coast, becoming, almost by accident and almost by design all at once, the single greatest repository of human learning the ancient world had ever known. Let your mind settle now into something quieter, something less about grand ambition and more about careful, patient organization, the kind of gentle order that turns a vast pile of scrolls into something a person can actually find their way through by the time we reach the middle of the 3rd century before our era. Alexandria's library had grown almost beyond comprehension. Somewhere approaching 500,000 scrolls rested within its rooms and storage bins. An overwhelming sea of papyrus that, without careful attention, could easily have become useless. A treasure so vast and disorganized that no single scholar could ever hope to locate what they needed within it. It is a strange thought, isn't it, that abundance itself can become its own kind of quiet crisis. Too much knowledge, gathered too quickly, risks becoming as inaccessible as no knowledge at all. The earlier librarian, a scholar named Zenodorus, had already made a first careful attempt at bringing order to this overwhelming collection, sorting scrolls loosely by subject, and then further by type, separating primary historical accounts from literary works, from maps, from newer compositions. It was a reasonable beginning, a first gentle attempt at taming the flood. But as the collection continued to grow larger still, this early system began to strain under its own weight, and something more refined, more deeply considered, was needed. This is where a rather remarkable man enters our story tonight. A poet named Callimachus, born in the North African city of Cyrene, who eventually made his way to Alexandria and rose to prominence within its great intellectual community. Callimachus was, first and foremost, a poet, celebrated for his elegant and often quite short verses. A man who apparently held a rather firm personal belief that a big book was, in his own words, a big evil. There is something wonderfully gentle and amusing in that thought, drifting here in the dark, imagining a man devoted to brevity in his own writing, who would soon become responsible for cataloging some of the longest, most sprawling texts the ancient world had ever produced, sometime around 245 years before our era, while Zenodorus still held the position of head librarian. Callimachus began a project that would occupy him for a great portion of his later years. He set out to create something the world had never quite seen before, a comprehensive carefully structured catalog of the library's entire holdings. He called this work the Pinax, a Greek word simply meaning tables or tablets, though its fuller title translated to something closer to tables of those who were outstanding in every phase of culture, and their writings picture, if you can, the sheer patience such a task required. Scroll after scroll, pulled gently from its storage bin, carefully unrolled, examined, and recorded. Callimachus divided the entire collection first into two broad categories, poetry and prose, and then further still into more specific genres, rhetoric, law, epic, tragedy, comedy, and lyric poetry on one side, history, medicine, mathematics, natural science, and miscellaneous works on the other. Within each of these smaller categories, authors were then arranged alphabetically, a system so intuitive to us today that it feels almost impossible to imagine a time when it did not yet exist. And yet, in Callimachus's era, this was something entirely new for each individual author. Callimachus did something that feels remarkably close to what a modern librarian might do. While creating a detailed catalog entry, he included a short biographical note mentioning the author's birthplace, their father's name, and often the teachers under whom they had studied. This detail served a very practical purpose. Many ancient authors shared identical names, and without some way of distinguishing between them, confusion could easily arise between two entirely different writers who happened to be called by the same title. By carefully noting these small biographical details, Callimachus helped ensure that a scholar searching for one particular writer would not accidentally find themselves reading the work of an unrelated namesake. Instead, beyond simple biography, each entry within the Pinax also recorded the opening words of a given work, along with a careful count of its total lines. This might seem like an unusual detail to preserve, but it served as an elegant safeguard, since scrolls in the ancient world had no title pages in the way books do today. The opening words of a text often served as its most reliable identifier, and by recording the total line count, Callimachus and future librarians could verify at a glance whether a particular copy of a text was complete or whether portions had been lost or damaged somewhere along the way. There is a quiet elegance in imagining how these entries corresponded to the library's physical shelving as well. Scrolls at Alexandria were stored together in bins, each bin marked by a small painted tablet hanging just above it, identifying the scrolls contained within. In fact, this physical detail is precisely where the very name Pnyx originated, borrowed directly from the word for these small, identifying tablets themselves. Callimachus's great catalog, in other words, was essentially an expanded, far more detailed version of the simple labels already hanging quietly above each storage bin throughout the library's many rooms. When finally completed, the Pnyx stretched across an extraordinary 120 separate scrolls, an enormous undertaking in its own right, essentially a catalog so large it nearly became a library unto itself. It is worth pausing on that detail for a moment, letting it settle softly into your thoughts. The very tool created to help scholars navigate the library's vast collection had itself grown into something requiring careful navigation, a reminder, gentle and a little wry, that even our most careful attempts at organizing knowledge tend to grow larger and more complex than we first intend. Sadly, as with so many treasures from this era, the Pnyx itself did not survive intact into later centuries. Only a small handful of fragments remain today, quoted or referenced within the surviving works of other ancient scholars who once had access to the complete text. And yet, even through these scattered remnants, historians and librarians studying the Pnyx many centuries later have been able to reconstruct enough of its methodology to recognize something truly remarkable. Callimachus had, without any known model or precedent to guide him, effectively invented the fundamental tools of what we now call bibliography and cataloging. It is a gentle thing to consider, resting here as your own thoughts begin to loosen and drift. Alphabetical ordering by author. Careful biographical notes to distinguish between similarly named writers, recorded opening lines, and total lengths, allowing future readers to verify a text's completeness. These small, careful innovations, invented by a poet who preferred brevity above all else, would go on to shape the very foundations of how libraries organize their collections for the next 2,000 years and more, echoing forward through medieval monastery libraries, through Renaissance archives, and eventually into the modern card catalogs and digital databases we rely upon even now. Callimachus himself lived to a relatively old age by the standards of his time, continuing his scholarly and poetic work until his death. Sometime around 240 years before our era, he never saw, of course, the countless centuries of librarians who would come after him, quietly indebted to the patient, careful system he first devised. Yet, in a soft, fitting way, his own great catalog became exactly what he had always hoped his poetry might be. Something concise, something useful, something built to endure far longer than the man who created it. Let this thought settle over you now, gentle and unhurried, as sleep continues to draw nearer. A poet who believed deeply in brevity, spending the later years of his life patiently documenting the vastness of human thought, a catalog built from careful biographical notes and opening lines, quietly inventing the very idea of organized knowledge, and a system of order invented almost entirely on its own, without models or precedent, that would go on to shape the way humanity has organized its libraries for more than 2,000 years since. Let your thoughts drift gently now into the daily rhythm of Alexandria's great institution, away from catalogs and founding kings, and toward the quiet, ordinary hours of the people who actually lived and worked within its halls. The museum, that great research institute standing at the heart of Alexandria, functioned unlike almost anything the ancient world had known before, closer in spirit to a modern research university than to a simple library or school. Scholars who earned a place within its walls received something quite remarkable for their era: a steady salary paid directly by the crown, along with housing and meals shared communally in a great dining hall. It is a soft, comforting thought to imagine a community of thinkers gathered together, freed from the burden of daily labor, given instead the rare gift of time simply to think, to study, and to write. Roughly 30 scholars lived in residence at any given moment, drawn from across the Mediterranean world by the promise of resources unavailable almost anywhere else. Unmatched access to hundreds of thousands of scrolls, along with the quiet companionship of brilliant minds working alongside them: Strabo, Xenodotus, Aristophanes, Eratosthenes, Herophilus, and Euclid all found their way to these halls at various points, drawn by royal patronage that offered both financial security and genuine intellectual freedom. Consider for a moment the quiet mathematician Euclid, seated perhaps in a shaded courtyard, carefully working through geometric proofs that would eventually become his great work, the Elements. This text, patient and precise, would go on to serve as the standard textbook for teaching geometry for well over 2,000 years afterward, studied by students in nearly every corner of the world that came to value mathematics at all. There is something deeply calming in imagining Euclid's slow, careful process, each theorem building gently upon the last, line by line, proof by proof, much like the patient scribes we imagined earlier, pressing reed into clay or ink onto papyrus. Elsewhere within the grounds, perhaps walking slowly along a covered colonnade connecting the library to the museum's other halls, we might imagine Eratosthenes, a man who eventually rose to serve as the library's own head librarian. Eratosthenes possessed an extraordinary curiosity that stretched across mathematics, geography, and astronomy alike. Using little more than careful observation, simple measurements, and patient calculation, he determined the circumference of the earth itself with an accuracy that still astonishes those who study his methods today. He also created one of the very first maps attempting to represent the known world proper proportions, along with devising an elegant method for identifying prime numbers that mathematicians still use and teach even now, not far from these quiet mathematical pursuits. A physician named Herophilus conducted careful anatomical studies, work that would eventually earn him recognition as something close to the father of anatomy, working within Alexandria's unusually permissive intellectual environment. Herophilus performed detailed dissections, distinguishing for the first time between veins and arteries, and describing the nervous system with a level of precision that had never before been achieved. It is worth pausing gently here, imagining the careful, respectful attention such work required. A quiet devotion to understanding the human body that mirrored, in its own way, the same patient devotion scribes brought to preserving fragile scrolls. Astronomy, too, flourished within these halls. A scholar named Aristarchus, visiting from the island of Samos, proposed something that must have seemed almost unthinkable to many of his contemporaries. A model of the heavens in which the earth itself moved gently around the sun, rather than remaining fixed at the center of everything. Nearly 18 centuries would pass before this same idea would be seriously reconsidered by later astronomers. And yet here, within Alexandria's walls, someone had already imagined it, quietly, patiently, working through the mathematics that might support such a strange and beautiful possibility. We might also imagine, somewhat later in Alexandria's long history, the astronomer Claudius Ptolemy, seated among stacks of older astronomical records, carefully compiling what would become his own great treatise, the Almagest. Though his particular model of the heavens placed the earth at the center rather than the sun, his careful compilation of astronomical knowledge would go on to dominate scientific thinking for well over 1,000 years. A quiet testament to how thoroughly Alexandria's scholarly traditions echoed forward through the centuries. It is worth noting, too, that this vibrant intellectual community was not composed solely of men. Centuries after the library's founding, a woman named Hypatia became one of Alexandria's most celebrated scholars, teaching mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy to students who traveled from across the known world simply to study under her guidance. She is remembered today as one of the last great scholars closely associated with Alexandria's long intellectual tradition. A gentle reminder that curiosity and brilliance have never belonged to any single group alone. Beyond these individual scholars, daily life within the museum followed its own quiet, comfortable rhythms. Meals were often shared communally, and ancient sources describe gatherings resembling the Greek symposium. Evenings where scholars reclined together, sharing wine mixed carefully with water, discussing assigned philosophical topics late into the night. It is a soft image to hold onto here in the dark, imagining warm lamplight, quiet laughter, and gentle debate drifting through open courtyards as the Mediterranean evening settled slowly outside. Behind these celebrated scholars, of course, worked countless scribes and copyists, whose names have mostly faded from history, yet whose quiet labor made everything else possible. Each new scroll acquired by the library needed careful copying, correction, and preservation. A slow, patient task requiring steady hands and even steadier attention. These copyists worked much like the scribes we encountered earlier in Mesopotamia and Egypt, trained through years of careful practice, understanding that even a single dropped word or mistaken letter might quietly alter a text for every future reader who encountered it. There is a gentle, unifying thread running through all of this activity, connecting the mathematician bent over his proofs, the physician carefully studying the body's hidden pathways, the astronomer tracing careful patterns among distant stars, and the humble scribe copying, line by line, a scroll that might otherwise be lost. Each of them, in their own quiet way, was engaged in the same patient work, adding carefully to a shared, growing body of human understanding, trusting that their efforts might outlast their own brief lifetimes. Let this image rest gently over you now, as your own thoughts continue their slow drift toward sleep. Warm Mediterranean sunlight falling across a shaded courtyard, scholars murmuring quietly among themselves, debating mathematics, mapping stars, tracing the hidden pathways of the human body. Scribes bent patiently over their work nearby, copying carefully by lamplight, all of them working without quite realizing it, to build something that would echo forward for thousands of years, long after their own names had softened and faded into the quiet dust of history. Let your thoughts drift now toward the harbor itself, toward the soft lapping of Mediterranean waves against ancient stone, and toward a second great wonder that rose alongside Alexandria's famous library, standing watch over the very waters that carried scholars and scrolls alike into the city's welcoming embrace. If the library represented Alexandria's devotion to gathering and preserving the written word, the lighthouse represented something equally profound, a devotion to guiding travelers safely home. The two structures, though serving entirely different purposes, rose from the very same spirit, the same generous Ptolemaic ambition to build things of lasting value along this particular stretch of Egyptian coast. The lighthouse stood upon a small island called Pharos, positioned just outside the bustling harbor of Alexandria, and its construction began under the very first Ptolemy, continuing until its completion sometime during the reign of his son. Historians believe the entire project took somewhere close to 33 years to complete, an enormous undertaking that reportedly cost twice as much as the famous Parthenon in Athens. It is worth resting on that comparison for a moment, letting it settle softly into your thoughts. An entire generation of laborers, architects, and engineers devoted themselves to a single structure, one built not for worship and not primarily for war, but simply to help ships find their way safely home through treacherous waters, and treacherous these waters truly were. Alexandria's harbor, for all its bustling importance as a center of Mediterranean trade, sat surrounded by hazardous shallows and shifting sandbanks, hidden dangers capable of tearing apart even the sturdiest of ships, arriving after long, exhausting voyages across open sea, sailors returning from distant ports, weary from weeks at sea, needed some way of recognizing the harbor's safe entrance long before their vessels drew near enough to see the details of the coastline itself. The solution the Ptolemies commissioned was almost unimaginably grand for its time. A tower rising somewhere between 100 and 140 meters into the sky, constructed in 3 distinct stages, each sloping gently inward as it rose. The lowest section stood square and sturdy, built from massive blocks of stone. Above this rose an octagonal middle section, and at the very top, a graceful cylindrical tower, crowned by a great fire that burned steadily through each and every night. A broad spiral ramp wound gently upward through the interior, allowing fuel and supplies to be carried carefully to the flame at the summit, keeping it burning reliably through storm and calm alike. Picture, if you can, arriving by ship after weeks upon open water, exhausted, uncertain, watching the darkened horizon for any sign of land. And then, slowly, a single point of light appears, steady and warm against the vast blackness of the night sea, growing brighter and more certain with every passing hour as your vessel draws nearer. There is something deeply comforting in that image, isn't there? A beacon built by careful human hands, offering exactly the kind of quiet reassurance that a lantern left burning in a window offers to someone walking home through darkness for many centuries. This remarkable structure ranked among the tallest buildings ever constructed by human hands, surpassed only by the Great Pyramids at Giza. Its light, enhanced by a great burnished bronze mirror positioned carefully near the flame, could reportedly be seen from many kilometers away, guiding ships toward safety long before the shoreline itself became visible. Ancient writers, prone as they often were to gentle exaggeration, sometimes claimed the light could be seen from across the entire Mediterranean. Though we now understand this to be physically impossible, given the simple curvature of our Earth, yet even without such exaggeration, true visibility of the light, reaching perhaps 40 or even 80 kilometers out to sea, remained an extraordinary achievement for its era. There is a small, gentle story worth pausing on here. One concerning the lighthouse's actual architect, a man named Sostratus of Cnidus. According to old accounts, King Ptolemy I did not wish for Sostratus's name to appear anywhere upon the finished structure, preferring instead that all credit belong solely to the royal family who had commissioned it. Sostratus, it seems, quietly disagreed with this arrangement. He carved a modest inscription into the foundation stones, dedicating the tower to the gods who protected sailors upon the sea. Then carefully covered his true words beneath a thin layer of plaster, upon which a second inscription honoring the king was chiseled instead centuries later, as that plaster slowly wore away beneath salt air and time. Sostratus's original words gradually re-emerged, quietly outlasting the very cover meant to hide them. It is a soft, satisfying thought, one worth holding onto here in the dark. Even careful attempts to erase someone's small contribution to history sometimes fail, worn away gently by nothing more than the passage of time itself beyond its practical purpose. The lighthouse became something more, a genuine symbol of Alexandria's identity, celebrated eventually as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Its image appeared on coins minted throughout the region, and travelers who visited Alexandria from distant lands wrote home describing its incredible height and brilliance with evident astonishment. In many ways, the lighthouse and the library became twin symbols of the very same civilization, one guiding physical travelers safely across dangerous waters, the other guiding intellectual travelers safely across centuries of accumulated human thought. Both stood as monuments to careful human ingenuity, built not simply for grandeur alone, but for genuine, practical service to others. It is worth considering, too, how deeply intertwined these 2 wonders truly were in daily Alexandrian life. Scholars arriving to study within the museum's halls would have first glimpsed the lighthouse's steady flame long before their ships ever touched the harbor itself. A welcoming signal announcing that this particular city, above nearly all others in the ancient world, valued both safe passage and careful learning in equal measure. The very light that guided their ships safely home was, in its own quiet way, an invitation into a city devoted entirely to illumination, both literal and intellectual. Sadly, like so much of Alexandria's ancient grandeur, the lighthouse did not survive intact into our own time. A series of powerful earthquakes striking across the medieval centuries gradually weakened and eventually toppled the great tower, until by the 1300s little remained beyond scattered rubble, resting quietly along the harbor floor. Yet even this ending carries within it a small, gentle comfort. In 1994, archaeologists diving carefully into Alexandria's harbor waters rediscovered massive stone blocks belonging to the original structure, resting peacefully beneath the waves where they had settled centuries before. Even now, visitors willing to slip quietly beneath the surface can drift gently among these ancient remains, tracing with their own eyes the same careful stonework that once guided countless sailors safely home. Let this image settle over you now, soft and unhurried, as sleep continues its own gentle approach. A tower of stone, rising higher than nearly any structure humanity had built before it, its flame burning steadily through countless nights to guide weary sailors safely home. An architect's quiet, hidden inscription, patiently waiting centuries to be revealed once more. And beneath the calm blue waters of a modern harbor, ancient stones still resting peacefully where they fell, waiting, as so much of this history does, for careful hands willing to look a little closer. Let your thoughts drift now away from the Mediterranean coast of Egypt and toward the hills of Anatolia, in what is now Western Turkey, where another great library once rose, quieter in memory today, yet fierce in its own quiet ambitions during its own time. This city was called Pergamon, and it it sat perched upon a dramatic acropolis. Its temples and grand buildings overlooking the surrounding countryside from a height that must have felt, to anyone approaching from below, almost otherworldly. It was here, sometime between 197 and 159 years before our era, that a king named Eumenes the second of the Attalid dynasty decided that his kingdom deserved a library capable of rivaling the legendary collection resting within Alexandria's walls. There is something quietly stirring in imagining Eumenes's ambition here. Pergamon was, by any measure, a smaller kingdom than Ptolemaic Egypt, without the same vast resources or the same centuries of accumulated wealth, and yet its rulers looked toward Alexandria's shining reputation, not with resignation, but with genuine, determined envy, believing that their own small mountain kingdom might yet become a worthy rival in the pursuit of learning under Eumenes and his devoted patronage. The Pergamene library grew steadily, eventually gathering somewhere close to 200,000 scrolls, a truly remarkable achievement, even if it remained smaller than Alexandria's own vast holdings. Picture, if you can, the library itself, situated beside the great temple of Athena upon Pergamon's acropolis, forming the heart of a broader research complex not entirely unlike Alexandria's own museum. Scholars gathered here too, drawn by royal patronage and the promise of quiet, uninterrupted study, debating philosophy and literature beneath the same warm Mediterranean sky that watched over their Egyptian counterparts far to the south. This rivalry, gentle in some respects, yet remarkably intense in others, extended well beyond simple scroll counting. Both kingdoms sent agents traveling across the known world, searching tirelessly for rare texts, lost verses, forgotten scientific treatises, each side hoping desperately to acquire what the other lacked. There are even old accounts describing individuals hiding away particularly valuable collections, fearful that royal agents from either kingdom might seize their treasured scrolls before they could protect them. It is a strangely touching image, isn't it? Ordinary people quietly guarding precious texts from the ambitions of kings, understanding perhaps better than anyone the fragile, irreplaceable nature of what they held intellectually too. Pergamon carved out its own distinct identity, separate from Alexandria's scholarly traditions, where Alexandrian scholars, led by figures such as Aristarchus of Samothrace, tended to favor careful, literal analysis of ancient texts. The Pergamene school, guided by a thinker named Crates of Malice, pursued a more allegorical approach, searching for deeper symbolic meanings hidden within familiar stories and poems. This quiet philosophical disagreement, playing out gently across many decades, enriched the broader field of literary criticism considerably, as scholars on both sides of the Mediterranean refined their methods through genuine intellectual competition. But it is perhaps the most famous story connected to Pergamon's library that deserves our fullest attention tonight. A story concerning not scrolls themselves, but the very material upon which words were written, according to the Roman historian Pliny the Elder. Tensions between the rival kingdoms eventually escalated into something resembling economic warfare. The Ptolemies in Egypt, worried by Pergamon's growing scholarly reputation, allegedly imposed an embargo, refusing to export papyrus to their rivals, hoping to starve Pergamon's library of the very material it needed to continue copying and preserving new texts. Let this moment settle gently over you, resting here in the quiet dark. Imagine the scribes of Pergamon suddenly finding their usual supply of Egyptian papyrus cut off entirely, faced with an uncomfortable choice: either abandon their ambitions or discover something new. And so, driven by simple, patient necessity, Pergamon's craftsmen turned toward a material already familiar in parts of the ancient world: treated animal skin, and set about refining it into something far more elegant and useful than it had ever been before. This refined material eventually became known as Pergamna Charta, literally paper of Pergamon, a name that survives even now in our modern word parchment, unlike papyrus, which remained forever vulnerable to dampness, insects, and the simple passage of time, parchment proved remarkably durable, capable of being folded, sewn, and bound in ways papyrus never could. It is worth noting gently that historians today believe animal skins had likely already been used for writing in parts of Asia for centuries before this moment, and that Pergamon's true achievement lay not in inventing the material entirely from nothing, but in perfecting and refining its quality until it became genuinely superior to anything that had come before. What began as a desperate, practical response to a rival's embargo would go on to transform the entire future of written communication. Parchment's remarkable durability and flexibility eventually made possible an entirely new form for books themselves. The codex, pages bound together along one edge rather than rolled into a scroll, a format that would come to dominate reading and writing throughout the medieval world and beyond. It is a soft, remarkable thought to hold onto here as sleep continues its gentle approach. A rivalry born from ambition and envy between two kingdoms ultimately gave birth to the very shape of the modern book. Pergamon's story, like so many we have wandered through together tonight, carries its own quiet echo forward into later history. When the kingdom of Pergamon eventually came under Roman influence, and its royal line came to its natural end, the fate of its great library grew somewhat uncertain. According to the historian Plutarch, the Roman general Mark Antony later gifted the entire collection, all 200,000 scrolls, to Cleopatra, intending to help restock Alexandria's own library after a devastating fire had damaged portions of its collection. Modern historians remain uncertain whether this particular story is entirely accurate, noting a lack of firm supporting evidence. Yet the legend itself speaks volumes about just how highly Pergamon's collection was regarded by those who lived closest to these events. There is something gently poetic in imagining these two great rival libraries, separated for so long by fierce competition and careful ambition, perhaps eventually reuniting their collections beneath a single roof, their scrolls resting side by side at last, no longer rivals, simply neighbors sharing the same quiet shelves, whether or not this particular ending is entirely true. It offers a soft, comforting thought as we drift onward tonight, a reminder that even fierce rivalries, given enough time, sometimes soften into something closer to companionship. Let yourself rest now in this image, gentle and unhurried. A mountain kingdom, smaller than its great Egyptian rival, refusing to be discouraged by its own modest size, scholars debating allegory and meaning beneath temple shadows on a high acropolis, and a clever, patient solution to a shortage of papyrus, quietly giving rise to parchment, and eventually to the very shape of the books that would carry human knowledge forward for the next 2,000 years. Let yourself settle now into something a little more tactile, something you might almost feel between your own fingers if you reached out gently into the dark. The quiet, patient craft of turning raw material into something a scribe could write upon. We have already wandered through the story of papyrus and parchment separately tonight. Papyrus rising gently from the marshes of the Nile. Parchment born from necessity along the hillsides of Pergamon, but it feels worthwhile now to rest a little longer on these two materials themselves, to consider carefully what made each one so remarkable, and why, over many centuries, one would eventually give way to the other. Papyrus began its long journey as a tall, reed-like plant, growing abundantly in the shallow marshlands bordering the Nile. Its stalks reaching several meters into the warm Egyptian air to transform this plant into something a scribe might write upon required patient, careful hands. Workers first cut the stalks close to the water line, then peeled away the tough outer green rind, revealing a soft white pith hidden gently within. This pith was sliced into long, thin strips, almost like ribbons, then soaked carefully in water for several days, softening the fibers and drawing out the plant's natural sugars. Once softened, these strips were laid carefully side by side upon a smooth, flat surface, one layer running horizontally, another placed directly on top running vertically, forming a simple cross-hatch pattern. The two layers were then pressed firmly together, sometimes hammered gently, sometimes weighted beneath heavy stones, allowing the plant's own natural sugars to act as an adhesive, binding the layers permanently into a single, unified sheet. Modern scientific analysis has confirmed something rather elegant about this process, that no external glue was ever truly needed. The simple pressure of pressing and drying caused the plant's cells to collapse and merge together, locking the layers permanently in place as the sheet dried in the warm sun. Once dried, the papyrus sheet was polished smooth using a shell or a piece of ivory, creating a clean, even surface ready for a scribe's careful reed pen. Individual sheets could then be joined end to end using a small amount of additional adhesive, forming long, continuous scrolls, sometimes reaching up to 20 sheets in length, ready to be rolled carefully around a wooden rod for storage and safekeeping. There is something rather beautiful in imagining this process unfold, isn't there? Workers standing along the muddy banks of the Nile, cutting reeds beneath a warm sun, then carrying them carefully to nearby workshops, where patient hands sliced, soaked, and pressed the pale strips into something new entirely. Papyrus, once simply a plant swaying gently in marsh waters, became instead a vessel for memory, light enough to be rolled and carried across vast distances, yet delicate enough to require constant, careful attention. And it was this very delicacy that eventually became papyrus's greatest limitation. Despite its many advantages, its lightweight, its relatively simple manufacturing process, its willingness to accept ink smoothly and evenly, papyrus remained deeply vulnerable to the passage of time. Dampness caused it to grow brittle and moldy. Insects found its fibers appetizing. Excessive dryness caused it to crack and crumble along its folds. A papyrus scroll, however carefully protected, rarely survived much longer than a few centuries before requiring careful recopying onto a fresh sheet, simply to preserve its contents at all. Parchment, by contrast, told a rather different story entirely, one rooted not in marshland plants, but in the careful, painstaking treatment of animal hide. The process began with the skin of a sheep, goat, or calf, carefully cleaned, and then soaked in a solution of lime, which helped loosen the hair still clinging to its surface once the hair had been carefully scraped away. The skin was stretched tightly across a large wooden frame, and here began the truly patient part of the process. For several days, sometimes longer, craftsmen scraped the stretched skin repeatedly with a curved blade, thinning it gradually, evenly, working across its entire surface with slow, careful strokes. The skin needed to remain damp throughout this process, and craftsmen worked in careful cycles, scraping, then dampening, then scraping once more, gradually coaxing the material toward the proper thinness and flexibility required for writing. It was, by any account, a slower, more physically demanding process than preparing papyrus, requiring considerably more skill, more patience, and admittedly, a rather less pleasant working environment than the reed-lined banks of the Nile. Yet the resulting material proved extraordinarily superior in nearly every measure of durability. Where papyrus grew brittle with age, parchment remained supple and strong for centuries longer. Where papyrus could only be written upon along one side comfortably, parchment could be used on both sides, doubling the amount of text a single sheet could hold. And where papyrus scrolls needed to be unrolled awkwardly, sometimes damaging brittle edges in the process, parchment could be folded, cut into individual pages, and bound together along one edge, creating an entirely new form of book, the codex. This shift toward the codex deserves a gentle pause of its own. Imagine, for a moment, the practical difference between unrolling a long, unwieldy scroll simply to find a single passage somewhere near its middle, compared with the simple, familiar act of turning individual pages until the desired section appears before your eyes. The codex format, made possible largely through parchment's superior flexibility and strength, transformed reading itself into something closer to what we understand and practice even today. Whenever we turn quietly through the pages of a physical book resting in our own hands, it is worth noting gently that this transition did not happen instantly, nor did papyrus disappear entirely the moment parchment was perfected. For several more centuries, the two materials existed alongside one another, papyrus remaining cheaper and more readily available across much of the Mediterranean world. Parchment, reserved often for texts intended to last especially long, or for regions further from Egypt's abundant marshlands, only gradually, as centuries slipped quietly past, did parchment's superior durability win out almost entirely, particularly as monastic libraries across medieval Europe began favoring its resilience for the sacred texts they so carefully protected. There is a soft, thoughtful irony worth resting upon here in the dark. Papyrus, born from a living plant swaying gently along a riverbank, carries within its very fibers a quiet, fragile beauty, much like memory itself, easily lost, requiring constant, careful renewal. Parchment, drawn instead from animal hide through slow, careful labor, carries a sturdier, more enduring quality, willing to withstand centuries of careful handling. Perhaps it is fitting, in its own quiet way, that humanity's earliest efforts at lasting preservation eventually turned toward this more resilient material, understanding instinctively that some knowledge deserved a vessel built to outlast fragile seasons. Let yourself rest now in this gentle contrast, as your own thoughts continue drifting toward sleep. Reeds swaying softly along a warm riverbank, patiently transformed into delicate sheets of pale writing material, animal hide, scraped and stretched with slow, careful hands, becoming something sturdy enough to carry words safely across many centuries. Two different paths, two different materials, both driven by the very same quiet human hope that something written today might still be read gently and carefully carefully by someone many, many years from now. Let your thoughts settle now upon a rather different kind of library, one built not primarily to house the largest possible collection of scrolls, but rather, and quite tenderly, out of love between a son and his late father, we travel now to Ephesus, a bustling Greek city on the coast of Asia Minor, thriving under the wide, steady shelter of the Roman Empire. And here, near the heart of the city's commercial agora, stands a building that many historians consider among the most beautiful surviving structures from the entire ancient world, the Library of Celsus. Its story begins with a man named Tiberius Julius Celsus Polmianus, a Roman senator of Greek origin, who served as consul and later as governor of the province of Asia. Celsus was, by all accounts, deeply devoted to learning, a man who loved books with genuine, quiet passion throughout his life. When he passed away, his son, Gaius Julius Aquila, wished to honor his father in a way that would reflect both his memory and his character. And so he decided to build, in his father's name, a grand library for the entire city to enjoy. Construction began around 110 years into our common era and continued for roughly a quarter century, finally reaching completion sometime between 125 and 135 years afterward, finished by Aquila's own descendants after his death. Aquila left behind a substantial bequest of 25,000 denarii, specifically to fund the library's ongoing operation, a portion of which was set aside for purchasing new scrolls, while the remainder supported the ceremonies and care associated with his father's memory. There is something quietly touching in imagining this act of devotion, isn't there? A son grieving the loss of his father, choosing to memorialize him not through a simple monument or an ordinary tomb, but through a living, breathing space devoted entirely to the pursuit of knowledge, a gift that would continue giving long after both father and son had passed from the world themselves, and giving it certainly was, in a rather unusual and deeply personal way. Beneath the library's main floor, hidden within a burial chamber carved carefully into its foundations. Celsus himself was laid to rest, his body placed within a marble sarcophagus, close enough to the very scrolls he had loved so dearly throughout his life. This arrangement was extraordinarily unusual for its time. Burials were rarely permitted within city limits at all, let alone inside a public building. And this rare honor reflected just how highly regarded Celsus had been among his fellow citizens. Picture it gently, resting here in the dark. A quiet chamber below, holding the remains of a man who loved books, while above him, through the very same walls, scholars and citizens moved softly among the scrolls he had cherished, his memory woven directly into the architecture surrounding their studies. The library itself was designed with remarkable care and attention to both beauty and function. Its main hall stretched nearly 17 meters in length and close to 11 meters in width, oriented deliberately to face the morning sun, following the careful architectural advice of the Roman writer Vitruvius, who believed early risers deserved the benefit of gentle morning light while they studied. Along the walls of this grand reading room, craftsmen carved a series of niches, arranged across what were likely 3 separate levels, each designed to hold wooden shelving where scrolls could rest safely, organized and protected. Perhaps most remarkable of all was a subtle architectural detail, hidden entirely from casual view. Between the library's interior and exterior walls, builders left a deliberate gap, a hollow cavity running along the structure's perimeter. This space served a quiet, practical purpose, helping to insulate the collection from Ephesus's often damp coastal climate, protecting the fragile scrolls housed within from the slow, creeping moisture that so often threatened papyrus and parchment alike. It is a lovely thought to hold onto here, imagining ancient architects, centuries before modern climate control, already understanding instinctively that knowledge required not just shelter, but careful, deliberate protection from the elements themselves. The upper floors of the library remained accessible by way of narrow balconies running along 3 sides of the main hall, allowing librarians and scholars alike to reach the higher niches where additional scrolls rested. Scholars estimate that the completed library eventually held somewhere between 12 and 15,000 scrolls, a modest collection when compared against the vast holdings of Alexandria or Pergamon, yet still substantial enough to serve as a genuine center of learning for the citizens of Ephesus and visitors traveling through this important trading city. If the interior of the library reflected careful, thoughtful function, its exterior facade reflected something closer to pure celebration. Rising across 2 full stories, the facade featured elegant Ionic columns along its lower level, with graceful Corinthian columns stacked directly above them, creating a striking, layered effect that seemed almost to dance gently between light and shadow as the sun moved slowly across the sky throughout each day. Nestled within carefully carved niches along this magnificent facade stood 4 statues, each representing a particular virtue closely associated with Celsus himself. Sophia representing wisdom, Arete representing courage, Ennoia representing thought, and Episteme representing knowledge. It is a gentle, moving detail to imagine, resting here as sleep continues drawing nearer. A grieving son choosing to honor his father's memory, not with statues of soldiers or symbols of conquest, but instead with quiet personifications of wisdom, courage, thought, and knowledge, the very qualities that had defined his father's life. And through this building would continue defining his legacy for centuries to come. Sadly, as with so many of the great libraries we have wandered through together tonight, time did not spare the library of Celsus entirely. Sometime around the middle years of the 3rd century, a significant earthquake struck Ephesus, and the resulting fire consumed the library's interior, along with its entire precious collection of scrolls, leaving only its magnificent facade standing largely intact amid the surrounding destruction for several centuries afterward. This surviving facade served an unexpected new purpose, becoming the elegant backdrop for a decorative fountain reflecting pool constructed in the plaza before it. Its beauty repurposed even after its original function had quietly faded away. Eventually, further earthquakes brought down even this remaining facade, and for many centuries, the once magnificent library lay scattered in fragments across the ancient city's ruins. Yet its story, unlike so many others we have encountered tonight, carries within it a rather hopeful modern chapter. Beginning in the 1970s, archaeologists undertook the painstaking work of gathering these scattered fragments, piecing together the original facade with remarkable patience and precision, filling in a small number of missing sections with carefully matched replicas where original pieces could not be recovered. Today, this reconstructed facade stands once more, welcoming countless visitors who travel to Ephesus each year, offering them a genuine glimpse of the beauty a grieving son once built in his father's honored memory. Let this image rest gently over you now, soft and unhurried, as your own thoughts continue their slow drift toward sleep. A devoted son, transforming his grief into something lasting and beautiful. A quiet chamber below, holding a father who loved books, resting eternally close to the knowledge he cherished throughout his life, and a magnificent facade broken by earthquakes, scattered for centuries, and eventually, through patient modern hands, pieced back together once more, standing today exactly as it once did, a monument not merely to one man, but to the quiet, enduring power of memory itself. Let your thoughts drift westward now, away from the Aegean coastline, toward the 7 hills of Rome itself, where a new and rather different chapter of our story begins to unfold. For a very long time, Rome's relationship with books belonged almost entirely to private hands. Wealthy senators and statesmen quietly built personal collections within their own villas, treasuring scrolls the way a person might treasure fine art or family heirlooms. One such collector, a general named Lucius Licinius Lucullus, renowned for his extraordinary wealth and his equally extraordinary taste for luxury, gathered a private library so celebrated that other scholars of his era sought permission simply to visit and study among his shelves. Even the great orator Cicero maintained his own beloved collection, writing to friends with evident tenderness about the quiet comfort his books brought him during difficult seasons of his life. Excavations at both Rome and the nearby town of Herculaneum have uncovered the physical remnants of these private libraries. Entire rooms fitted with wooden bookcases lining the walls. Small, quiet sanctuaries tucked within otherwise bustling households. It is a soft, comforting image to hold onto here in the dark. Imagining a Roman senator retreating from the noise and demands of public life into a private room lined with scrolls, finding there the same quiet solace that so many of us seek today when we settle into a favorite reading chair as evening falls. Yet it was Julius Caesar who first dreamed of something larger, something meant not merely for the privileged few, but for the entire citizenry of Rome. Caesar reportedly envisioned establishing Rome's first truly public library, entrusting the ambitious project to the scholar Marcus Terentius Varro. Caesar's own life, however, ended before this vision could be realized, cut short by the very conspirators who feared his growing power. It fell instead to a man named Gaius Asinius Pollio, a general, orator, and patron of the arts, to finally bring Caesar's dream into reality around 39 years before our common era. Pollio established what is now widely considered Rome's first genuine public library, funded largely through the spoils of a successful military campaign, and housed within the Atrium Libertatis, a building he further embellished with sculpture and artwork for the first time in Roman history. Any citizen, regardless of wealth or social standing, could walk freely into a public building and consult scrolls covering history, philosophy, poetry, and law. This new tradition of public generosity did not end with Pollio alone. The Emperor Augustus, eager to associate his own reign with peace, culture, and stability, went on to establish 2 additional public libraries during his rule. One housed within the porticus of Octavia, named lovingly for his beloved sister, and another built directly beside the grand temple of Apollo upon the Palatine Hill. Each subsequent emperor seemed to feel a similar quiet pull toward this same generous tradition. Tiberius, Vespasian, and eventually Trajan each added their own libraries to the city, each hoping, in their own way, to be remembered not merely as rulers of armies, but as patrons of learning and careful stewards of accumulated wisdom among these imperial libraries. One in particular deserves our gentle attention tonight: the Bibliotheca Ulpia, commissioned by the Emperor Trajan and completed around 114 years into our common era, positioned at the very heart of Trajan's magnificent forum. This library held its Greek and Latin collections in two separate mirrored halls, facing one another across a quiet courtyard, with Trajan's own towering commemorative column rising gracefully between them. High vaulted ceilings allowed natural light to spill gently across the reading rooms below, while carefully placed niches, framed by elegant columns, held wooden presses protecting somewhere close to 10,000 scrolls within each separate wing. Beyond its role as a center of literature and scholarship, the Ulpian Library also quietly served as something closer to Rome's own public record office, preserving official documents, senatorial decrees, and even historical texts, including fragments of Caesar's own autobiography and Trajan's personal commentaries on his military campaigns along the Danube. It is a gentle thought to hold on to here, imagining this single building serving as both a sanctuary for poetry and philosophy, and a quiet vault safeguarding the practical, bureaucratic memory of an entire empire. Remarkably, the Bibliotheca Ulpia would go on to outlast nearly every other library of its era, continuing to operate faithfully for well over 3 centuries, surviving even the eventual destruction of Alexandria's own great collection, and becoming, for a time, one of the most important surviving centers of learning anywhere across the Western world. Records suggest it remained active until at least the middle years of the 5th century, shortly before Rome itself finally succumbed to the slow pressures that would eventually bring an end to the Western Empire altogether. Beyond these grand imperial institutions, a rich and lively culture of everyday reading flourished quietly throughout the city as well. Rome developed a thriving trade in book production and sales, with skilled scribes, often enslaved or formerly enslaved individuals, possessing valuable literacy skills, working diligently within bookshops and private workshops to copy popular texts for eager customers. Public readings, too, became a popular form of entertainment and intellectual exchange, with authors sometimes reciting their newest works aloud before gathered audiences, testing the public's reaction before committing their words permanently to costly parchment or papyrus. It is worth pausing gently here to consider the particular role played by those who staffed these public libraries. Largely educated slaves and freedmen entrusted with the careful daily work of managing collections, assisting visiting scholars, and maintaining the delicate scrolls under their care. Their names have mostly faded quietly from history's record, much like the countless scribes we have encountered throughout our journey tonight. Yet their patient, steady labor made the entire system of public access to knowledge genuinely possible for ordinary Roman citizens. There is something deeply moving in recognizing just how far this tradition had traveled by the time it reached Rome. What began as sacred temple archives beside the rivers of Mesopotamia grew into royal collections at Nineveh, blossomed into unprecedented ambition at Alexandria, found rivalry and reinvention at Pergamon, and matured finally into something resembling genuine public access here in Rome. A city that came to believe, if only for a few remarkable centuries, that knowledge belonged not solely to kings and scholars, but to the ordinary citizen, willing to simply walk through an open door. Let this thought settle softly over you now, as sleep continues its own gentle approach. A general fulfilling a fallen leader's unfinished dream. a line of emperors, each quietly hoping to be remembered through libraries rather than conquests alone, and countless ordinary citizens walking freely into grand marble halls, discovering there, perhaps for the very first time in human history, that the accumulated wisdom of the ages belonged, if only briefly, to absolutely everyone. Let your breathing settle once more, gentle and unhurried, as we return now to Alexandria, though this time we come not to witness its founding, but to sit quietly beside it as it slowly, gradually comes to its end. For many of us, the story of Alexandria's great library has always carried a single, dramatic image at its center. Flames rising suddenly one night, consuming centuries of accumulated wisdom in a single catastrophic blaze. It is a vivid picture and an emotionally powerful one. Yet, as historians have studied this period more carefully in recent years, a rather different, quieter, and in some ways more tender story has begun to emerge. One worth resting on gently tonight. The truth, as best as modern scholars can now piece together, is that Alexandria's library did not vanish in a single dramatic night. Instead, it faded slowly across centuries through a long series of smaller losses, quiet neglect, and shifting circumstances. The way a garden left untended does not disappear all at once, but slowly, gradually, returns to wildness. The first significant setback arrived in 48 years before our common era, during a period of civil war within the Roman world. Julius Caesar, pursuing his rival Pompey into Egypt, found himself besieged within Alexandria's harbor district. In the chaos of battle, Caesar ordered ships within the harbor set ablaze, hoping to deny his enemies any advantage upon the water. The fire, however, spread beyond its intended target, drifting inland and touching portions of the city itself. Ancient sources suggest that this blaze likely damaged storage areas near the harbor, possibly destroying scrolls that had been kept there, perhaps awaiting shipment or cataloging. Rather than consuming the library's main collection entirely, it is worth resting gently on this correction because it changes the emotional shape of the story in a meaningful way. Rather than a single villain, a single terrible night, we find instead a tragic accident born from the chaos of war rather than any deliberate wish to destroy knowledge itself. The library, bruised but not broken, continued operating for centuries afterward, its scholars still gathering, still copying, still quietly adding to its collection, even in the aftermath of this painful loss. What troubled the library far more in the centuries that slowly followed was something far less dramatic than fire, yet in its own way considerably more corrosive. As Egypt passed from Ptolemaic rule into the hands of the Roman Empire following Cleopatra's death, the library gradually lost the steady royal patronage that had sustained it for nearly 3 centuries. Funding grew inconsistent. Positions for scribes and copyists became harder to maintain. Political instability rippled through the city, and with each passing decade, the quiet, patient work of preservation grew just a little harder to sustain. There is something achingly familiar in imagining this slow decline, isn't there? Not a single dramatic loss, but rather the accumulation of countless smaller absences. A scribe's position left unfilled after retirement. A damaged scroll left unrepaired for lack of funds. A section of shelving quietly abandoned as fewer scholars visited to make use of it. Papyrus, we must remember, does not last forever on its own. It requires constant, careful maintenance, regular recopying, gentle protection from Alexandria's humid coastal air. Without steady support, without scribes paid to continue this quiet, patient work, scrolls simply began, slowly, and without any single dramatic moment, to decay. A further blow arrived in the 2070 years of our common era, during the reign of the Emperor Aurelian, when Roman forces moved to suppress a rebellion within Alexandria itself. The fighting damaged significant portions of the city, including the district housing the museum and whatever remained of its library, an event that likely destroyed a further uncertain portion of the collection. By this point in our story, a second location had grown in importance alongside the original royal library, a temple complex known as the Serapeum, dedicated to the god Serapis, which had gradually come to house what scholars believe was likely a secondary, though still substantial, collection of scrolls, as the original royal library continued its slow fade through neglect and periodic damage. The Serapeum quietly became Alexandria's remaining center of scholarly activity and preserved texts. It was here, in the year 391 of our common era, that Alexandria's long story of preservation met its most decisive and deliberate turning point. The Roman Empire, by this time, had firmly embraced Christianity as its official faith, and tensions between the new religion and the older traditions it was slowly replacing had grown increasingly severe. The Patriarch of Alexandria, a man named Theophilus, ordered the destruction of the city's remaining pagan temples, and the Serapeum, standing as one of the most prominent such sites, was targeted directly. It is a difficult moment to sit with gently, even now, so many centuries removed from the event itself. Whatever scrolls remained within the Serapeum at that time, works of philosophy, poetry, mathematics, and science, gathered patiently across many generations, were very likely lost during this destruction, swept away not by the chaos of war, but by deliberate religious conviction, a conviction that saw the old learning as something dangerous rather than something worth preserving. It stands, even now, as one of history's quieter, sadder reminders that knowledge has often found itself vulnerable not only to fire and neglect, but to the shifting convictions of the very societies meant to protect it. By the time we reach the 5th century, most historians agree that whatever remained of Alexandria's once legendary library in either of its locations had ceased to exist in any meaningful, organized form. There was no single final blaze, no last dramatic gesture marking its ending. It simply, quietly, was no longer there. its absence noticed only gradually, the way one might notice, after many years, that a once familiar building along a well-worn path had slowly crumbled into little more than scattered stone. Later legends, particularly those surrounding the Arab conquest of Alexandria in the year 642, often claimed a dramatic final destruction at that later date as well. Yet modern historians now largely agree that by this point, the library had already been gone in any functioning sense for well over 2 centuries, and that this later story likely emerged from later writers seeking a clear, singular villain for what had, in truth, been a long, slow, complicated unraveling. Perhaps the gentlest way to hold this story tonight, drifting here in the quiet dark, is to recognize that Alexandria's true tragedy was never really about a single fire at all. It was about the slow, quiet withdrawal of care, the gradual absence of scribes paid to recopy fading scrolls, the slow erosion of political will to sustain something so ambitious and expensive across changing generations, and finally, the deliberate choice of one era to reject the wisdom of the era before it. Knowledge we learn again and again throughout this long history requires not simply walls and shelves to protect it, but a living, ongoing commitment from each new generation, a willingness to keep paying the quiet, patient cost of preservation, year after year, decade after decade. Let this thought rest gently over you now, as your own mind continues its slow drift toward sleep. A great library built through extraordinary ambition did not fall in a single dramatic night, but faded slowly instead, through neglect, through shifting fortunes, and finally through deliberate rejection. And in this slower, quieter truth, there rests a gentle lesson still worth carrying forward, that what we choose to protect and what we allow ourselves to neglect shapes the fate of memory itself, far more than any single fire ever could. Let your thoughts drift now across many centuries and many miles, away from the crumbling ruins of Alexandria and toward a new city rising along the banks of the river Tigris, a city soon become the beating heart of an entirely new golden age of learning. This city was Baghdad, founded in the middle years of the 8th century by the Abbasid Caliph Al-Mansur, who envisioned a great capital worthy of his growing empire. Baghdad grew quickly, drawing merchants, scholars, and travelers from across a vast stretch of the known world. And it was here, gradually and quietly, that one of history's most remarkable centers of learning began to take shape. At first, this institution existed simply as a private collection gathered by Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who treasured rare books and manuscripts passed down through his own family. It is a gentle, familiar echo of stories we have wandered through before tonight. A ruler's personal fascination with knowledge slowly growing into something far larger than himself. This modest collection came to be known as Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom, a name that would soon come to represent one of the greatest intellectual achievements of the medieval world. It was under Harun al-Rashid's son, the Caliph al-Mamun, that this quiet collection blossomed into something extraordinary. Al-Mamun possessed a deep personal curiosity about the wisdom of earlier civilizations, and he transformed his father's private library into a sprawling center of research and translation, expanding the original building considerably to accommodate the growing needs of scholars who traveled from distant lands simply for the privilege of studying within its halls. Picture, if you can, the atmosphere of this remarkable place. Specialized halls devoted to different fields of study. A dedicated astronomical observatory where scholars tracked the slow, patient movement of stars across the night sky, refining astronomical charts with an accuracy that would influence navigation and timekeeping for centuries afterward. Quiet rooms where translators worked carefully through ancient texts, converting the wisdom of distant centuries into a new and living language. This translation work formed the true heart of the House of Wisdom's mission, and it deserves our gentle attention tonight. Resting here in the dark, scholars gathered together, translating classical Greek texts alongside Syriac, Persian, and Indian works, converting them carefully into Arabic, a language that had, by this point, become the shared scholarly tongue across a vast stretch of the medieval world. Aristotle's philosophy, Euclid's geometry, Hippocrates and Galen's medical treatises, Ptolemy's astronomical calculations, the very same Ptolemy whose work had once flourished within Alexandria's own ancient halls, all of these, and countless other texts besides, found their way into the careful, patient hands of Baghdad's translators. There is something deeply moving in recognizing what this translation movement actually accomplished. Many of these ancient Greek texts had grown rare, damaged, or entirely lost within the Western world by this point in history. Their original manuscripts scattered or decayed across the long centuries following Rome's decline. Yet through the patient devotion of Baghdad's scholars, these works were not simply preserved, but genuinely rescued, carried forward into a new language, a new era, and eventually, many centuries later, back into a Europe that had largely forgotten them. Al-Mamun understood well the value of this work, and he supported it with remarkable generosity. Historical records suggest he sometimes paid translators the weight of a completed book in gold, a rather extraordinary incentive that encouraged scholars to work with tremendous care and dedication. In one particularly striking account, Al-Mamun is said to have written directly to the King of Sicily, requesting the entire contents of a library rich in Greek philosophical and scientific texts, and the request was graciously granted. The collection sent onward to enrich Baghdad's own growing holdings. It is a soft, wonderful thought to hold onto here. Imagining knowledge traveling gently across cultures and kingdoms, welcomed rather than guarded jealously. Each civilization recognizing something valuable in what another had carefully preserved beyond simple translation. The House of Wisdom became a genuine wellspring of original scholarship as well. It was here that a mathematician named Al-Khwarizmi conducted his own careful research, developing methods that would eventually give us the very word algebra, along with foundational concepts behind what we now call algorithms. Physicians such as Al-Razi advanced medical understanding considerably, drawing upon both translated classical texts and their own careful clinical observations. Philosophers, astronomers, and chemists worked alongside one another, each contributing quietly to an expanding body of shared human understanding. What makes this particular chapter of our story especially gentle to consider is the remarkable openness with which the House of Wisdom welcomed scholars from every background imaginable. Muslim, Christian, and Jewish thinkers worked comfortably side by side within its halls, alongside scholars fleeing persecution elsewhere, including those who had faced difficulty within the Byzantine Empire. Arabic, Farsi, Aramaic, Hebrew, Syriac, Greek, and Latin could all be heard drifting through its corridors. A genuine melting pot of languages and traditions, united by nothing more than a shared devotion to careful, patient inquiry. This spirit of openness reflected something deeply woven into the culture surrounding the institution itself. Charitable donations, encouraged strongly within Islamic tradition, helped fund much of this scholarly exchange, and Baghdad's tremendous wealth, drawn from its position along vital trade routes stretching toward the Silk Road, provided the steady financial foundation this ambitious project required to flourish across many generations. It is worth pausing gently here, comparing this steady, generous support against the slow withdrawal of funding that had once, so many centuries earlier, quietly hollowed out Alexandria's own great library. Here in Baghdad, that same quiet devotion to sustained patronage seemed, for a remarkable stretch of centuries, to hold firm. Sadly, as with nearly every great center of preserved knowledge we have wandered through together tonight, this remarkable institution eventually met its own tragic ending. In the year 1258, Mongol forces under Hulagu Khan swept into Baghdad, and the destruction that followed proved devastating, almost beyond words. According to surviving historical accounts, the invading forces through countless manuscripts directly into the waters of the Tigris River. The ink from thousands of irreplaceable texts, reportedly darkening the river itself. For days afterward, scholars were killed. The great library's collection scattered and destroyed, and the House of Wisdom, after nearly 5 centuries of patient, devoted scholarship, came to its abrupt and heartbreaking end. It is difficult to sit gently with such a loss. Even now, resting here in the quiet dark. And yet, much like the story of Alexandria before it, the House of Wisdom's true legacy did not vanish entirely alongside its physical collection. The countless translations completed across its centuries of operation had already spread outward, copied and carried to other cities, other libraries, other scholars scattered across the wider Islamic world, and eventually into medieval Europe itself. The wisdom once gathered so carefully within Baghdad's walls had already, by the time of its destruction, taken root elsewhere, quietly ensuring that even this devastating loss could not fully erase what had been so patiently preserved. Let this thought settle gently over you now, as sleep continues drawing softly nearer. A caliph's private collection, growing slowly into a shining center of translation and discovery. Scholars of every faith and language, working peacefully side by side beneath the same patient pursuit of understanding. And though tragedy eventually found its way to Baghdad's shores, the knowledge itself had already traveled far beyond any single city's walls, carried gently forward by the countless careful hands that had copied, translated, and shared it long before the darkness came. Let your thoughts settle now upon a single remarkable life, one worth resting on gently tonight, for it captures so much of what made Baghdad's great translation movement so extraordinary in the first place. His name was Hunayn ibn Ishaq, born in the year 809 in a town called Al-Hira, not far from Baghdad itself. He came from a Nestorian Christian family, and it is worth pausing softly on this detail, remembering how deeply the House of Wisdom welcomed scholars regardless of their particular faith. understanding perhaps better than almost any institution before it, that curiosity and careful scholarship belonged to no single religion alone. As a young man, Hunayn traveled to Baghdad to study medicine, apprenticing himself to a respected physician named Yuhanna ibn Masaway. Yet, Hunayn possessed a restless, insatiable curiosity, one that reportedly exhausted even his own teacher's patience. According to old accounts, his endless questions eventually frustrated Yuhanna so thoroughly that Hunayn was asked to leave his studies altogether. There is something rather touching in imagining what happened next, rather than abandoning his ambitions entirely. Young Hunayn quietly resolved to travel abroad into Byzantine territory, determined to master the Greek language so completely that he might read the great medical and philosophical texts in their original words, rather than relying on imperfect second-hand translations. When he eventually returned to Baghdad years later, he could recite passages of Homer from memory and read the works of the physician Galen as fluently as any native Greek speaker. His old teacher, astonished by this transformation, welcomed him back warmly, and the two men, once at odds, began working together as respected colleagues. This quiet story carries within it something gently instructive, doesn't it? A young man's stubborn curiosity, initially seen as a nuisance, eventually blossoming into precisely the skill that would make him one of history's most celebrated translators. Sometimes it seems the very restlessness that frustrates those around us in our youth becomes, given enough patience and time, the very thing that allows us to offer something remarkable to the world. Hunayn's reputation grew steadily until eventually Caliph al-Mamun himself placed him in charge of the House of Wisdom's ambitious translation efforts. From this position, Hunayn organized and personally undertook one of history's most extraordinary scholarly projects, translating more than 120 separate Greek works into Arabic, and nearly as many into Syriac, covering medicine, philosophy, and mathematics alike. His translations of the physician Galen proved especially significant, becoming the definitive Arabic versions of these crucial medical texts. Versions considered so authoritative that they quietly replaced earlier, less careful attempts entirely. It is worth imagining gently the sheer scale of patience such work required. Hunayn traveled widely across Byzantine lands, personally gathering the very best surviving Greek manuscripts he could locate. Understanding that a careful translation depended entirely upon working from the most accurate original source available. Once gathered, these fragile, precious texts needed to be read slowly, carefully, sometimes compared against multiple surviving copies to resolve small discrepancies. Before Hunayn or his trusted students could begin the painstaking work of rendering them faithfully into a new language, Hunayn did not work entirely alone in this endeavor. He established what amounted to his own private school of translation, training students in the careful, disciplined art of converting complex philosophical and medical concepts from one language into another without losing their original precision and meaning. Among these students was his own son, Ishaq ibn Hunayn, who grew up quite literally within his father's scriptorium, eventually becoming a masterful translator in his own right, particularly celebrated for his careful renderings of Aristotle into Arabic. There is something deeply moving in imagining this quiet family tradition. A father's devotion to careful scholarship passed gently down to his own child. Much like the scribal families we glimpsed so much earlier tonight, beside the rivers of ancient Mesopotamia beyond his translation work, Hunayn also served for many years as personal physician to the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, a position of considerable trust and prestige. Yet even this respected position could not entirely shield him from the quiet dangers of court politics. According to surviving accounts, jealous rivals eventually conspired against him, turning the caliph's favor away for a time, resulting in his temporary imprisonment and the confiscation of his beloved personal library It was only when the caliph fell seriously ill some months later that Hunayn was recalled from his difficult confinement, restored fully to his previous honors, his skills once again proving simply too valuable to remain unused for long. There is a gentle human lesson tucked quietly within this small hardship, isn't there? Even within an institution as celebrated and enlightened as the House of Wisdom, envy and rivalry could still creep in, reminding us that scholarly brilliance has rarely existed entirely free from the ordinary complications of human nature. And yet, Hunayn's genuine value to his community eventually won out. His careful, patient contributions simply too important to remain buried beneath jealousy and court intrigue for very long. Alongside Hunayn worked many other remarkable scholars during this same golden era, each contributing their own particular expertise to Baghdad's ever-expanding body of knowledge. Three brothers, known collectively as the Banu Musa, devoted themselves to astronomy, engineering, and geometry, constructing ingenious mechanical devices and conducting careful astronomical observations that expanded understanding of the physical world considerably. Their combined efforts, alongside Hunayn's tireless translations and the original mathematical work of scholars like Al-Khwarizmi, wove together into a genuinely collaborative culture of learning, one where individual scholars, each pursuing their own particular curiosity, nonetheless contributed collectively towards something far larger than any single person could have achieved alone. Hunayn eventually passed away in the year 873, having spent his entire adult life devoted to the patient, careful work of carrying ancient wisdom safely across the boundaries of language and culture. He left behind not simply his own remarkable body of translated texts, but an entire tradition of careful scholarship, a methodology his students and successors would continue refining for generations afterward, ensuring that the wisdom of Hippocrates, Galen, Aristotle, and Plato would remain accessible to scholars for centuries still to come. Let this thought settle gently over you now, as sleep continues its quiet, unhurried approach. A restless young student, once dismissed for asking too many questions, eventually becoming one of history's most trusted translators of ancient wisdom, a father passing his careful craft lovingly to his own son, and an entire community of scholars working patiently across generations, each one adding their own small, careful thread to a tapestry of knowledge stretching backward through Greek philosophy and forward quietly into all the centuries that would eventually follow. Let your thoughts drift now toward a quieter, colder kind of devotion, away from the warm, bustling halls of Baghdad, and toward the candlelit stone rooms of medieval monasteries scattered across a fractured, uncertain Europe by the 6th century of our common era. The Western Roman Empire had long since crumbled, and much of Europe found itself in a state of considerable upheaval, marked by warfare, shifting borders, and widespread social disruption. Amid this uncertainty, it was the Church, remarkably, that stood as one of the few stable institutions capable of preserving both faith and learning. And it was within the quiet walls of monasteries that books, in this uncertain age, found their most reliable refuge. There is a particular man worth resting on gently here tonight, a retired Roman senator named Cassiodorus, who lived through the painful decline of Rome's ancient grandeur, watching helplessly as invading forces destroyed many of the great pagan libraries that had once defined the city's intellectual life. Rather than simply mourning this loss, Cassiodorus resolved to do something quietly extraordinary. He founded a monastery upon his own private estate in southern Italy, calling it Vivarium, and dedicated it to a singular, deeply committed mission, sheltering monks who would spend their lives reading, studying, and above all, carefully copying both sacred scripture and the surviving works of classical antiquity. It is a gentle, moving thought to hold onto here in the dark. A single man watching an entire civilization's intellectual inheritance slip away chose not despair, but patient, quiet action instead. vivarium became, in many ways, the forerunner of the monastic libraries that would spread gradually across medieval Europe in the centuries that followed, carrying forward Cassiodorus's original conviction that copying texts, whether religious or classical, represented both a useful and a spiritually rewarding way to spend one's life. This conviction found further support within the rule of Saint Benedict, established during this same 6th century, which specifically instructed monks to devote certain hours of each day to reading. As monasteries multiplied across the continent, this simple requirement placed upon them a considerable and quietly beautiful responsibility, the ongoing task of creating and maintaining the very books their communities needed in order to fulfill this sacred obligation. Picture now, if you can, the particular room where much of this careful work unfolded, a space known as the scriptorium, meaning quite simply a place for writing. Within many monasteries, this room stretched long and narrow, often positioned along a cloister wall that faced south, capturing whatever gentle sunlight the day might offer. Since candles remained both costly and, in the presence of so much delicate parchment, genuinely dangerous, stone benches lined the walls, with rows of simple wooden desks arranged carefully beneath them, each one occupied, hour after patient hour, by a monk bent quietly over his work. It is worth imagining gently just how physically demanding this labor truly was. Surviving accounts describe scriptoriums as remarkably cold places. Monks working through long winter months, with fingers stiff and trembling from the chill, their breath visible in the frigid stone air. One particularly touching detail survives from a 9th century Irish manuscript, now resting quietly within a library in Switzerland, where an anonymous scribe paused his careful copying just long enough to jot a small marginal note beside his work. "The cold is great today," he wrote simply. "My hand trembles." And yet, remarkably, both his careful copying and this small human aside survived together, carried forward across more than 1,000 years. a quiet, unintended gift from one weary scribe to countless readers he would never meet. The materials themselves demanded extraordinary care and no small expense. We have already spoken tonight of parchment and its creation from carefully scraped and stretched animal hide. And within these medieval scriptoriums, this material's cost became keenly felt. A single substantial manuscript, such as the celebrated Lindisfarne Gospels, required the skins of roughly 150 calves, an enormous investment of both animal life and painstaking craftsmanship before a single word had even been written. Monks worked with quills, typically fashioned from goose feathers, dipped carefully into ink made from oak galls, ferrous sulfate, and gum arabic, a mixture that appeared quite pale when first applied to the page, only darkening slowly overnight as it oxidized gently in the still air. There is something wonderfully patient in imagining this slow chemical transformation. Isn't there? Ink deepening quietly through the night, while the monk who wrote it slept, the words themselves seeming to settle gradually into permanence, much like memory itself, growing steadier and more certain the longer it is allowed to rest. The work required within a scriptorium extended well beyond simple copying as well. Some monks specialized as correctors, carefully checking finished pages against the original source for errors. Others devoted themselves to illumination, decorating manuscripts with vibrant colors, gold leaf, and intricate designs, transforming ordinary religious and scholarly texts into genuine works of sacred art. Perhaps the most celebrated example of this particular devotion survives even now in the Book of Kells, created by Irish monks sometime around the 9th century. Its pages so richly decorated that modern scholars still marvel at the patience required to complete even a single ornate initial letter. Despite this remarkable devotion, the work was never entirely without flaws. Textual scholars, studying manuscripts many centuries later, discovered recurring patterns of small copying errors, the most common being something scholars now call homöogluten. a rather technical term describing the simple, understandable mistake of accidentally skipping an entire line of text whenever two consecutive lines happened to end with the same word. It is a gentle, humanizing detail to consider. Resting here in the quiet dark, imagining a tired scribe's eye slipping momentarily, understandably, across a page after many long hours of careful, repetitive work, and yet, despite occasional errors, and despite the constant scarcity of parchment and resources, these monastic scribes accomplished something genuinely remarkable across these centuries. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, for instance, preserved what remain today, the only surviving copies of the Roman historian Tacitus's Annals, a text that might otherwise have vanished entirely from human memory, were it not for the patient devotion of monks who saw value in preserving even the histories of a pagan world quite different from their own. Time and again, throughout monasteries scattered from Ireland to Italy, similar quiet acts of preservation occurred. Monks copying not only scripture, but also the philosophy, science, and literature of Greek and Roman antiquity, understanding perhaps intuitively that all careful human thought deserved protection, regardless of its original source. It is worth pausing gently on just how vast this network truly became. Vivarium's quiet example spread steadily outward, taking root at monasteries such as Corby Abbey in France, and at religious houses scattered throughout England and Ireland, each community contributing its own small, patient thread to an enormous, unplanned collective effort. No single hero orchestrated this vast undertaking. It emerged instead from countless individual monks working across many generations, each one quietly convinced that copying, even when cold, even when tedious, even when occasionally imperfect, represented work worth doing. Let this image settle gently over you now, as sleep continues drawing nearer. Candlelit stone rooms, cold enough to make a careful hand tremble. Quills dipped patiently into ink that would only reveal its true darkness by morning, and across hundreds of years, and thousands of devoted hands. An entire civilization's fragile inheritance, both sacred and classical alike, patiently carried forward, one careful, trembling line at a time, until it could finally be safely delivered into the waiting hands of a distant, unknown future. Let your thoughts settle now upon a rather extraordinary paradox, a story of destruction that became, quite unexpectedly, a story of preservation instead, resting gently on the shores of the Bay of Naples nearly 2,000 years ago. Here, along this beautiful stretch of Roman coastline, stood a luxurious seaside villa belonging, most historians now believe, to Lucius Calpurnius Piso, father-in-law to Julius Caesar himself. This sprawling estate, adorned with fine sculpture and elegant courtyards, held within its walls something even more precious than its artwork, a private library containing close to 1,800 papyrus scrolls, carefully collected across many years by a family clearly devoted to philosophy and literature. In the year 79 of our common era, disaster struck this peaceful coastline without warning. Mount Vesuvius, the great volcano looming quietly over the bay, erupted with sudden and devastating force, burying the nearby cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum beneath layers of ash and volcanic debris. The villa and its beloved library along with it disappeared entirely beneath the resulting destruction, sealed away from human eyes for well over 16 centuries. And yet, here rests the quiet paradox worth holding gently in your thoughts tonight. The very violence that destroyed this villa also, quite remarkably, preserved its most fragile treasures. When the eruption's scorching cloud of gas and ash, reaching temperatures near 600 degrees Fahrenheit, swept across the villa, it instantly carbonized the delicate papyrus scrolls resting upon their shelves, transforming each one into a blackened, brittle cylinder, rather than burning away entirely into ash, as one might reasonably expect. The scrolls were instead sealed within this hardened carbon shell, protected paradoxically by the very disaster that seemed, at first glance, to have destroyed them so completely. It is a strange, quietly beautiful thought to rest upon here in the dark. Sometimes the very forces that appear most destructive carry within them an unexpected mercy. And this particular villa's library, unlike almost every other collection we have encountered throughout tonight's long journey, would eventually become the only library from the entire ancient world to survive in its physical entirety into the modern age. This remarkable survival remained hidden and unknown for many centuries until the 1750s, when workers digging a well accidentally rediscovered the buried villa, and with it, its extraordinary collection of blackened scrolls. Imagine for a moment the astonishment of those early excavators, uncovering what appeared at first to be little more than charred lumps of debris, only gradually realizing that these strange, brittle cylinders were in fact scrolls containing words that had rested silently, undisturbed, since the very day of the eruption itself. Yet this discovery, thrilling as it was, presented an entirely new and profoundly difficult challenge. The scrolls had survived the eruption itself, but their fragile, carbonized state made them almost impossibly delicate to handle. Early attempts to physically unroll them, using various mechanical devices across the following centuries, met with only modest success, often destroying portions of the very text they hoped to reveal. The brittle papyrus crumbling apart at the gentlest touch for more than 200 years following their rediscovery. Hundreds of these scrolls remained essentially unreadable, their contents tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly beyond reach. It is worth pausing gently here, considering just how heartbreaking this particular kind of loss must have felt to the scholars who studied these scrolls across the centuries. Unlike the burned or scattered libraries we have mourned so often throughout tonight's journey, these words had not vanished at all. They rested intact, physically present, patiently waiting, and yet they remained locked away as thoroughly as if they had never survived at all. The story, however, does not end in this quiet frustration, and this feels like an especially comforting thought to hold on to as we drift together through tonight's long, gentle exploration of memory and loss. Beginning in the early 2000s, a computer scientist named Brent Seals, working patiently for nearly 15 years, began to wonder whether modern imaging technology might offer an entirely new way of reading these scrolls, one that would not require physically unrolling them at all. Seal's idea involved scanning the carbonized scrolls using extraordinarily precise particle accelerator technology, capturing an incredibly detailed three-dimensional image of each scroll's internal structure without ever touching or unrolling the fragile material itself. This process revealed the scroll's physical layers in remarkable detail. Yet it presented one final, stubborn obstacle, because the ink used by ancient scribes was largely carbon-based, and the papyrus itself had also been carbonized by the eruption's heat. Both ink and parchment appeared nearly identical within the scan, making the actual text almost impossible to distinguish. Even with this remarkable new imaging technique, it was here that a rather unexpected solution emerged, one deeply fitting for our own particular moment in history. In March of 2023, a technology entrepreneur named Nat Friedman, learning of Seal's patient research, proposed transforming this challenge into an open, global competition, inviting programmers and researchers from around the world to apply artificial intelligence toward detecting the extraordinarily subtle differences between ink and papyrus hidden within these detailed scans. This initiative became known as the Vesuvius Challenge, and it attracted more than 1,000 participating teams, each hoping to accomplish something that had eluded scholars for well over 2 centuries. By early 2024, this remarkable collaborative effort achieved its first genuine breakthrough. A team of 3 young researchers, Yosef Nader, Luke Farrater, and Julian Schilliger, successfully trained an artificial intelligence model to detect the ink patterns hidden within one particular scroll scan, revealing several columns of previously unread text. believed to be a philosophical work concerning ethics, written by the philosopher Philodemus. It is worth resting gently on this achievement, imagining words written by a philosopher nearly 2,000 years ago, sealed away by volcanic fire, finally becoming visible once more, not through careful unrolling by patient human hands, but through an entirely new kind of patient care, one built from careful mathematics and quiet algorithmic persistence. This success opened the door to still further discoveries in the years that followed. By early 2025, researchers working with the Bodleian libraries successfully revealed additional passages from a separate scroll, and by the summer of 2026, an entire scroll designated P. Herc 1667 had been virtually unwrapped and read from beginning to end without ever being physically opened at all, revealing what scholars believe may be a Stoic treatise, possibly authored by the philosopher Chrysippus himself. Hundreds of additional scrolls, still resting quietly in museum collections in Naples and elsewhere, await this same patient, careful process, each one holding within its carbonized layers words that have waited nearly 2,000 years for someone, somewhere, to finally read them again. There is something deeply comforting in allowing this particular story to settle gently over your thoughts tonight, where Alexandria's library faded slowly through neglect, and Baghdad's house of wisdom fell suddenly to violence. The villa of the papyri offers us, instead, a story of unexpected endurance, proof that even words seemingly destroyed beyond any hope of recovery might still, given enough patience and given enough generations of careful human ingenuity, find their way back into the light. Let this thought rest softly over you now, as sleep continues its own gentle, unhurried approach. A grand villa, buried in a single catastrophic afternoon, nearly 2,000 years ago. Scrolls transformed instantly into blackened, silent cylinders, sealed away from human eyes for 16 long centuries. And now, in our own quiet present moment, careful scans and patient algorithms slowly, gently coaxing these ancient words back into readable form, proving that even knowledge buried beneath fire and ash and centuries of silence can still eventually find its way home. Let your thoughts drift now toward the emergence of a wonderfully familiar kind of institution, one whose descendants many of us have wandered through ourselves at some point in our own lives. Quiet halls filled with rows of waiting books, born gradually from the slow, patient growth of medieval universities by the 12th and 13th centuries. Europe's monasteries were no longer the only centers of learning scattered across the continent. New institutions had begun to emerge in cities such as Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, gathering together masters and students devoted to the careful study of law, theology, medicine, and philosophy. These universities, still finding their own institutional footing, needed something monasteries had already spent centuries perfecting: reliable access to carefully copied, trustworthy texts. At first, this need was met rather informally through the simple personal initiative of individual masters and students who gathered whatever books they personally owned or could borrow, sharing them quietly among themselves as best they could. Yet as these universities grew larger and more established, this casual, individual approach gradually gave way to something more organized and more permanent. The university library itself, one particularly touching account, survives from Oriel College at Oxford, illustrating just how books often found their way into these earliest academic collections. A bishop named Thomas Cobbown, deeply devoted to learning, had gathered his own substantial personal library during his lifetime. Upon his death, his books were initially pledged by his executors simply to cover the costs of his funeral, a practical necessity that nearly separated this precious collection from the academic community it was intended to serve. It was only through the determined efforts of Adam de Brome, then serving as provost of the newly founded college, that these books were eventually redeemed and properly returned to Oriel's keeping. There is something gently moving in this small story. Imagine imagining a scholar's lifetime of careful collecting, nearly lost to simple financial necessity, rescued only through another person's quiet determination that such knowledge belonged rightfully within a community of continued learning. By the year 1337, however, this particular collection faced a rather more dramatic turn of events. According to surviving records, the university's own proctor, accompanied by what old accounts describe as a considerable crowd, physically removed these very books from Oriel's keeping, claiming them instead in the name of the wider university itself. It is a curious, almost comical image to hold onto here in the dark. A determined mob descending upon a college library, not to destroy or loot its collection, but rather to argue quite passionately over precisely who held the rightful claim to protect and use it. Even disputes over books, it seems, could occasionally grow rather heated in these early academic communities. As these university collections grew steadily larger and more valuable, a rather practical problem soon presented itself. One we might smile at gently tonight, even as we recognize its genuine seriousness at the time. Books during this era remained extraordinarily expensive and labor-intensive to produce, each one requiring months or even years of careful monastic or professional copying, along with costly parchment and pigments. A single illuminated manuscript might reasonably cost as much as an entire small farm. And unsurprisingly, theft became a persistent and troubling concern for any institution hoping to maintain a lasting collection. The solution universities and colleges eventually settled upon feels, even now, wonderfully direct and practical. They simply chained their books to the shelves. A metal chain was carefully attached to the back cover of each precious volume, then fixed securely to an iron rod running along the reading desk or shelf where the book rested. This ingenious system allowed any student or scholar to sit comfortably and consult the text they needed, turning its pages freely, while making it entirely impossible to simply carry the volume out through the door. There is a particular detail worth resting on gently here, one that feels almost charmingly practical once you picture it clearly. Books within these chained libraries were typically shelved with their spines facing inward rather than outward as we might expect today, with their front edges or foredges facing the reader instead. This arrangement kept each book's chain from tangling awkwardly with its neighbors. As students moved volumes gently on and off the shelves throughout each day. It is a small, quietly satisfying thought, imagining medieval librarians solving this simple mechanical puzzle with such straightforward, thoughtful care, contrary to what we might assume today. There appears to have been no particular shame or embarrassment associated with chained books during this era. Quite the opposite, in fact. A chained book generally signaled considerable value and prestige. A quiet, visible reminder to every student who encountered it that what rested before them represented an irreplaceable, carefully guarded treasure. Readers understood this implicit message clearly, approaching such volumes with appropriate reverence and care. This practice spread widely across medieval and early modern Europe, taking root within cathedral libraries, monastery collections, and university colleges alike. The chained library at Hereford Cathedral in England survives even today, still holding well over 1,500 books secured in precisely this fashion, offering modern visitors a genuine glimpse into this particular chapter of library history. Similar chained collections could once be found scattered from Paris to Prague, from Florence's quiet monastery libraries to the colleges clustered around Oxford's ancient quadrangles. Universities also developed increasingly sophisticated systems for organizing and managing their growing collections during this same period. At the University of Paris, commonly known as the Sorbonne, records from the late 13th century describe a particularly thoughtful division of the collection into two distinct parts: a Magna Libraria containing the most frequently consulted texts, kept permanently chained and available for regular teaching and coursework, alongside a Parva Libraria, holding duplicate copies and more specialized research materials available for circulation by the year 1328. This collection had grown to hold well over 1,700 separate volumes, making it, by many accounts, among the largest and most respected libraries anywhere in Europe during this era. It is worth pausing here to appreciate just how significant this particular development truly was. This careful division between books meant for constant, shared consultation, and books meant for occasional individual research reflects a genuinely thoughtful approach to library management, one that quietly balanced two competing needs, ensuring essential texts remained reliably available to the entire community, while still allowing more specialized materials to circulate among individual scholars pursuing their own particular research. Eventually, of course, this entire chained system gradually became unnecessary as Johannes Gutenberg's printing press spread rapidly across Europe during the middle decades of the 15th century. Books grew steadily more affordable and considerably more abundant, gradually easing the desperate scarcity that had made such elaborate security measures genuinely necessary in the first place. Institutions removed their chains gradually across the following centuries. Brasenose College at Oxford, freeing its books in 1780, while Merton College, by most accounts, held the honor of retaining its chains longest of all, finally removing them only in 1792. Let this thought settle gently over you now, as your own mind continues drifting toward sleep. Bishops and provosts, quietly rescuing precious collections from simple financial necessity, determined crowds, arguing passionately over rightful ownership of treasured books, and countless students bending patiently over chained volumes within quiet reading rooms, understanding intuitively that what rested before them, however inconveniently secured, represented something worth protecting, worth preserving, and worth passing carefully forward into the hands of every student still yet to come. Let your thoughts settle now upon a single, quiet workshop tucked within the German city of Mainz. for within its modest walls, a craftsman's patient tinkering would soon reshape the entire future of human memory itself. His name was Johannes Gutenberg, born sometime near the close of the 14th century, a man whose early life remains, even now, somewhat shrouded in gentle mystery. We know he spent years working with metals, developing skills in gem polishing and mirror making, while living in the city of Strasbourg. Quiet trades that would prove, in hindsight, remarkably useful preparation for the far greater invention still waiting patiently ahead of him. By the time Gutenberg returned to Mainz sometime in the late 1440s, he had begun assembling the pieces of an idea that had likely occupied his careful thoughts for many years already. It is worth resting gently here on just how ambitious this idea truly was. Gutenberg did not simply invent a single device. He assembled, piece by careful piece, an entire integrated system, one that had never before existed in quite this complete a form anywhere in the Western world. Picture, if you can, the individual components Gutenberg needed to develop and perfect, each one on its own a considerable achievement. First, a method for casting individual metal letters, small and precise, using an alloy of lead, tin, and other metals, chosen carefully for their ability to melt at manageable temperatures, cast cleanly, and yet remain durable enough to withstand repeated use within a working press. Second, a specially formulated ink made from linseed oil and soot, thicker and more adhesive than the traditional water-based ink scribes had long used, one capable of transferring cleanly from metal type onto paper without smearing or fading. And third, a press itself, adapted cleverly from the wine and oil presses already common throughout the region, modified carefully to apply firm, even pressure across an entire page at once. There is something quietly beautiful in imagining Gutenberg's patient process of assembling all of this together, testing, adjusting, failing, and trying again, drawing upon skills gathered from entirely unrelated trades, gem cutting, mirror making, metalworking, gradually weaving them into something no one had quite managed to combine so completely before. It is a gentle reminder that even the most transformative inventions often emerge not from a single sudden flash of genius, but from years of quiet, patient experimentation. One small adjustment following another. Around 1449, Gutenberg partnered with a wealthy financier named Johannes Fust, who lent him considerable sums of money. First 800 guilders, and later another 800 still. Enormous amounts for their time, intended to help fund what the two men referred to simply as their joint work of books. Alongside them worked a skilled scribe and calligrapher named Peter Schurfer, whose careful eye for lettering likely played a significant role in designing the elegant typefaces Gutenberg's press would eventually produce. Gutenberg's earliest printed works were rather modest in ambition. Small utility documents, including letters of indulgence, brief printed certificates the church distributed in considerable quantities. Yet these humble beginnings quietly proved that his complete system truly worked, each piece functioning smoothly alongside the others, ready now for a far more ambitious undertaking. Between 1452 and 1455, Gutenberg's workshop produced what would become his most celebrated achievement, a printed edition of the Latin Bible, now known simply as the Gutenberg Bible. This magnificent work spanned 2 volumes and 1,282 pages, requiring somewhere close to 300 different individual pieces of type to complete. It represented, by any measure, the first substantial book ever printed using movable type in the Western world. A genuine milestone, quietly announcing the arrival of an entirely new era. It is worth pausing gently here, imagining the sheer labor this project required. Even with Gutenberg's remarkable new system in place, sheets of paper carefully dampened, positioned precisely within the press's frame, firm leather pads, pressing ink evenly across freshly set metal type, a powerful hand crank drawing the heavy press downward, transferring text cleanly onto paper, one single side at a time, before each finished sheet was hung carefully upon a line to dry, much like laundry set out beneath a gentle afternoon sun. Multiply this careful, repetitive process across more than 1,200 pages and produced across multiple copies besides, and you begin to sense the extraordinary patience this achievement genuinely demanded. Even with movable type dramatically speeding what had once required years of monastic copying. Sadly, this remarkable triumph carried within it its own small sorrow. Shortly after the Bible's completion, a dispute arose between Gutenberg and his financier Fust, eventually resulting in a lawsuit that Gutenberg ultimately lost, forcing him to surrender a portion of his printing equipment as repayment for the considerable sums he had borrowed. It is a rather bittersweet detail to hold onto here in the dark, imagining the very invention that would soon transform the world, causing its own creator such personal difficulty and loss. Gutenberg spent his final years living modestly in Mainz, supported eventually by a small pension granted by the local archbishop, before passing away in 1468. Yet whatever hardship Gutenberg personally endured, his invention itself spread with remarkable, almost startling speed across the whole of Europe. Within just a few decades, printing presses had been established in cities scattered from Italy to England, from France to the Low Countries, each one producing books at a pace and cost utterly unimaginable within the old world of careful monastic copying. By the close of the 15th century, printing presses across Europe had already produced many thousands of separate editions, placing books into the hands of readers who, only decades earlier, would never have dreamed of owning such a treasure themselves. It is worth resting gently on just how profoundly this shift would come to reshape human civilization, where once a single manuscript might require a monk's entire year of careful, devoted labor. Printing presses could now produce hundreds of identical copies in the same span of time, dramatically lowering costs and placing knowledge within reach of merchants, craftsmen, craftsmen and ordinary citizens who had previously been shut out entirely from the world of books. This sudden, remarkable abundance helped fuel the Renaissance's flowering curiosity, later fed directly into the Protestant Reformation's rapid spread of new religious ideas, and gradually laid the foundation for the modern, literate, knowledge-based world so many of us now quietly take for granted. There is a lovely, fitting symmetry in allowing this thought to settle over you tonight, so late in our long journey together. We began this exploration beside the patient scribes of ancient Mesopotamia, pressing careful marks into soft clay, one laborious symbol at a time. And here, so many centuries later, in a quiet German workshop, a single craftsman's patient tinkering finally freed the written word from that same slow, singular labor entirely, multiplying it instead across countless identical copies, ensuring that whatever one person wrote and whatever they hoped might be remembered could now reach not simply a handful of devoted scholars, but eventually, given enough time, nearly anyone willing to learn to read at all. Let this image rest gently over you now, soft and unhurried, as sleep continues its own patient approach. A quiet workshop in Mainz, filled with the gentle clatter of metal type and the soft creak of a wooden press, freshly printed sheets hanging to dry like laundry in the afternoon light, and an entire world standing quietly on the edge of an extraordinary transformation, about to discover that knowledge, once so carefully rationed and so laboriously copied, was finally ready to be shared freely with absolutely everyone. Let your thoughts drift now toward Rome once more, those centuries removed from the ancient world we wandered through earlier tonight, toward a quiet, growing collection, sheltered gently within the walls of the Vatican itself. The story of this remarkable library begins modestly and somewhat uncertainly, tracing back to the earliest days of the Roman Church, though very little is known with certainty about its condition before the 13th century. For many generations, it remained a rather small, unremarkable collection, tied loosely to whatever books individual popes happened to personally possess or inherit from their predecessors. Everything began to change during the middle years of the 15th century under a pope named Nicholas V, who ascended to his position in 1447. Nicholas possessed a genuine, deeply personal love of learning, and he set about transforming this modest papal collection into something considerably grander, gathering manuscripts with real enthusiasm and purpose. A particularly poignant opportunity arrived, somewhat unexpectedly, from tragedy occurring far beyond Rome's own walls. In 1453, the Byzantine capital of Constantinople fell to Ottoman forces, bringing to a final, sorrowful close more than 1,000 years of Byzantine civilization. Yet even amid this considerable loss, something quietly hopeful emerged. Nicholas arranged to purchase substantial remnants of Constantinople's own great imperial library, rescuing precious Greek manuscripts that might otherwise have been scattered or destroyed entirely amid the chaos of conquest. There is something deeply moving in allowing this small act of rescue to settle gently over your thoughts tonight, just as Baghdad's scholars had once carefully preserved Greek learning that risked being lost to the Western world. And just as monastic scribes had quietly copied classical texts through Europe's own uncertain centuries, here again we find knowledge being gathered up and protected precisely at the moment its previous home faced destruction. Carried gently forward into new and safer keeping, it fell to a later pope, Sixtus IV, to formally establish this growing collection as a genuine public institution. In June of 1475, Sixtus issued an official papal bull declaring the library's purpose to serve, in his own words, the honor of the Church, the advancement of the Catholic faith, and the benefit and honor of scholars and those devoted to literary pursuits. This formal declaration transformed what had begun as a private papal collection into something resembling the great public and university libraries we explored just moments ago tonight. An institution genuinely devoted to serving scholars beyond the popes, own immediate household beyond the popes themselves. This particular era of Renaissance, Italy witnessed something else worth resting upon gently tonight. A widespread, almost passionate revival of interest in collecting ancient manuscripts, spreading well beyond the Vatican's own growing shelves. Wealthy patrons, scholars, and church officials across the Italian peninsula found themselves swept up in genuine enthusiasm for rediscovering and preserving the classical world's surviving texts. Consider for a moment a Greek cardinal named Bessarion, who had first gained prominence representing Greek interests during church councils held in Italy during the late 1430s. Bessarion possessed a deeply personal devotion to preserving Greek learning, understanding perhaps more keenly than most just how fragile this particular inheritance truly was, especially as Byzantine civilization itself grew increasingly threatened over the course of his lifetime. He assembled an extraordinary personal library, rich with Greek manuscripts gathered carefully from across the crumbling Byzantine world. What makes Bessarion's story particularly touching is what he chose to do with this treasured collection near the end of his life. Rather than allowing his library to disperse or fall into private, scattered hands after his death, he made the deliberate decision to bequeath his entire collection to the Republic of Venice, ensuring it would remain intact, protected, and genuinely accessible to future scholars. This gift eventually became the founding core of what we know today as the Bibliotheca Marciana, one of Italy's great surviving libraries, still treasuring Bessarion's careful gathering of Greek wisdom many centuries later. Elsewhere across Italy, similar quiet devotion flourished among Renaissance nobility and scholars alike. A duke named Federico de Montefeltro, ruling the small but culturally vibrant city of Urbino, assembled his own magnificent library between 1460 and 1482, eventually gathering well over 900 manuscripts written in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Remarkably, most of these volumes were commissioned specifically for his own collection, rather than simply purchased secondhand, reflecting a genuine personal investment in careful, deliberate scholarship, rather than mere casual accumulation. It is worth pausing gently here, considering just how deeply this particular Renaissance passion for collecting differed from the motivations we have encountered throughout so much of tonight's earlier journey, where ancient kings often gathered scrolls partly to demonstrate royal power and prestige, and where medieval monasteries copied texts largely out of religious devotion. Many Renaissance collectors seemed driven by something gentler and more personal, a genuine, almost tender love for the beauty and wisdom contained within these ancient words themselves, a desire to hold close and protect a civilization's fading memory simply because it deserved, in their eyes, to be remembered. The Vatican Library itself continued growing steadily across the following centuries, weathering considerable hardship along the way, including the devastating sack of Rome in 1527, and later the disruption and confiscation brought by the Napoleonic Wars. Yet each time the collection recovered, gradually rebuilding and expanding once more, testament to just how deeply this particular institution had rooted itself within the wider culture of careful scholarly preservation. Today, the Vatican Library stands among the world's most treasured manuscript collections, still holding, alongside its printed volumes, texts stretching back more than 2,000 years, quietly connecting our own present moment to the very same long, patient tradition of preservation we have wandered through together across this entire evening, from ancient Mesopotamian clay tablets through Alexandria's vanished scrolls, through Baghdad's careful translations and Europe's cold monastic scriptoriums, and now into Renaissance Rome's passionate revival. The same quiet human impulse continues echoing forward, gently insisting that certain words, certain ideas, certain fragments of accumulated wisdom deserve careful hands willing to protect them. Generation after patient generation Let this thought rest gently over you now, as sleep continues drawing softly nearer. A pope rescuing precious Greek manuscripts from a fallen empire's ashes. A cardinal ensuring his beloved collection would remain whole rather than scattered after his own passing and across an entire Renaissance world, awakening once more to the quiet beauty of ancient wisdom. Countless careful hands working gently to ensure that what had survived so much already might continue safely into all the centuries still waiting patiently ahead. Let your thoughts drift now toward London and toward a physician's quiet, lifelong passion for collecting, one that would eventually grow into an institution belonging not to any single family, but to an entire nation. His name was Sir Hans Sloane, a physician and naturalist who spent much of his long life gathering an extraordinary array of objects, specimens, books, and manuscripts, driven by genuine scientific curiosity rather than mere personal vanity. By the time of his death in 1753, Sloane had assembled somewhere close to 80,000 natural and artificial rarities, alongside a substantial library holding over 40,000 books and manuscripts, along with tens of thousands of coins and medals. Besides, it is worth resting gently on this remarkable scale for a moment, imagining a single lifetime devoted so thoroughly to gathering, cataloging, and preserving. Sloane had built much of this collection by drawing carefully upon the expanding global networks created through European exploration and trade during this era. Though it is worth noting honestly, as historians increasingly acknowledge that some of the wealth funding these purchases derived uncomfortably from enslaved labor upon Jamaican sugar plantations. A difficult thread woven quietly into this particular chapter of preservation's long history, rather than allowing this vast collection to scatter after his passing. Sloane made a deliberate, generous choice, bequeathing everything to the British nation on the modest condition that Parliament pay his executors £20,000, a sum considerably less than the collection's genuine value, Parliament accepted this remarkable offer, and in June of 1753, King George II granted royal assent to an Act of Parliament formally establishing the British Museum. This founding act proved wonderfully generous in scope, drawing together not merely Sloane's own collection, but 2 additional treasured libraries as well. The Cottinian Library, carefully assembled by Sir Robert Cotton, and the Harleian Library, gathered by successive Earls of Oxford several years later. In 1757, King George II added yet another gift, presenting what became known as the Old Royal Library, containing books collected patiently by English monarchs, stretching back to Edward IV. With these 4 founding collections joined together, the British Museum became, quite remarkably, both a national museum and a national library simultaneously, a dual identity it would maintain for well over 2 centuries afterward. There is something rather moving in imagining this collection's opening to the public in 1759, housed initially within a 17th century mansion called Montagu House. For the very first time in England's history, ordinary citizens, so long as they qualified as studious and curious persons, could walk freely into this grand institution and consult its treasures for themselves, echoing that same quiet democratic spirit we witnessed centuries earlier within Rome's own public libraries. The collection continued growing steadily across the following decades. In 1823, King George IV generously presented his father's magnificent personal library, prompting construction of a beautiful new gallery specifically to house it. Its elegant colonnaded entrance eventually becoming the very portico through which visitors still enter the museum even today. This particular edition, known as the King's Library, stands even now as a quiet testament to just how deeply intertwined royal patronage and public access had become within this uniquely British institution. For more than 2 centuries, the museum's library and its broader collection of historical objects existed comfortably side by side under a single roof. Yet, as both continued expanding at a remarkable pace, a gentle separation eventually became necessary. In 1973, an Act of Parliament formally established the British Library as its own independent institution, drawing together the museum's original library holdings alongside several other significant collections from across the country for more than 2 decades afterward. Roughly half of this newly independent National Library's holdings continued resting quietly within the museum's familiar walls until a dedicated new building finally opened at St. Pancras in 1997, offering this vast collection its own permanent, purpose-built home at last. Today, the British Library holds more than 170 million items, spanning printed books, electronic materials, periodicals, and countless rare manuscripts, making it, by any measure, one of the largest and most comprehensive libraries anywhere in the entire world. It is a rather extraordinary thought to hold onto here in the dark, imagining a single physician's personal collecting habit, however extensive, eventually growing across nearly 3 centuries into something of this staggering scale. Britain's experience, of course, was hardly unique during this particular era. Across Europe and eventually the wider world, similar national libraries emerged during these same centuries, each nation gradually coming to recognize that preserving its own accumulated written heritage represented a matter of genuine civic importance. France's own Bibliothèque Nationale traces its roots back through the personal libraries of French monarchs, gradually transformed, much like its British counterpart, into a national institution belonging to the citizenry rather than solely to royalty. Similar national collections took shape gradually in cities across the continent, each one reflecting this same gentle, gradual shift, personal and royal collecting habits slowly transforming into institutions understood as belonging to an entire nation's shared cultural memory. It is worth pausing gently here, near the close of tonight's long historical journey, to notice just how consistently this particular pattern repeats itself across so many centuries and civilizations. A single person's devoted curiosity, whether an ancient king, a grieving son, a Renaissance cardinal, or a quiet English physician, gradually growing into something considerably larger than any one individual could have imagined alone, eventually becoming a shared inheritance belonging to countless future generations who would never personally meet the original collector, yet would benefit nonetheless from their patient, careful devotion. Let this thought rest gently over you now, as sleep continues drawing softly nearer. A physician's lifetime of careful collecting, quietly transformed into a nation's shared treasure, royal libraries, gradually opening their doors to ordinary curious citizens, and across an entire continent, and eventually an entire world, countless similar collections slowly taking shape, each one a quiet, patient monument to humanity's enduring, gentle conviction that what we manage to preserve today becomes the inheritance we offer so generously to everyone who comes after us. Let your thoughts settle now into our final, gentle destination tonight, arriving at last in our own present moment, where an entirely new kind of preservation quietly unfolds, one built not from clay, papyrus, or parchment, but from something far less tangible altogether, the Library of Congress, established originally in 1799 to serve the young American government, grew across the following 2 centuries into one of the largest libraries the world has ever known. Its shelves eventually holding tens of millions of books, manuscripts, maps, and recordings, yet by the closing years of the 20th century, this venerable institution found itself confronting a genuinely new kind of challenge, one no ancient scribe or medieval monk could ever have anticipated: the quiet, urgent question of how to preserve information that exists not on any physical page at all, but only as invisible patterns of electronic code. In December of the year 2000, the United States Congress appropriated $100 million specifically to address this emerging concern, establishing what became known as the National Digital Information Infrastructure and Preservation Program. It is worth pausing gently here, considering just how strange and unprecedented this particular problem truly was. Every previous preservation crisis we have wandered through together tonight involved protecting something physical, a scroll from dampness, a manuscript from fire, a tablet from careless breakage. This new challenge involved something altogether more elusive, ensuring that digital files stored upon hard drives, tapes, and servers would remain readable decades or even centuries into an unknowable future. This challenge carries within it a particular, quiet irony worth resting upon tonight. Ancient clay tablets, some of which we encountered at the very beginning of our long journey together, have survived for well over 4,000 years. Their simple, wedge-shaped marks still perfectly legible to anyone who understands cuneiform script, yet a digital file created only 20 or 30 years ago might already prove impossible to open, its format long since abandoned. The very software required to read it forgotten. The physical medium storing it deteriorated beyond recovery. It is a gentle, sobering thought, isn't it? Imagining that our own era's remarkable technological achievements might, without careful and deliberate effort, actually prove more fragile than the humble baked clay of ancient Mesopotamia. Modern librarians and archivists have responded to this challenge with the same quiet, patient determination we have witnessed throughout every era of tonight's long history. At the Library of Congress's Packard campus, hidden within the foothills of Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains, specialized machines work continuously, digitizing rare and fragile audio and visual materials before their original physical formats decay entirely beyond recovery. Robots carefully digitize aging videotape in patient batches around the clock, while other specialized systems use gentle laser technology to map the delicate grooves of old sound recordings, reading them without ever risking damage through physical contact at all. There is something rather lovely in imagining this quiet, continuous labor unfolding even now, somewhere in those mountain foothills. Technicians working through the night, much like the scribes of ancient Alexandria once did, carefully transferring fragile, aging material into a more durable form before time claims it entirely. The tools have changed enormously. Lasers and digital servers replacing reed pens and scraped parchment. Yet the underlying human impulse remains precisely the same. A quiet refusal to let valuable memory simply slip away through neglect. Yet digitization alone, modern archivists have learned rather carefully, does not fully solve the problem. Digital files require their own ongoing, active care. A practice librarians now call digital stewardship. Files must be periodically migrated to new formats as old ones become obsolete. Storage systems require constant monitoring, checking quietly for the subtle corruption, sometimes called bit rot, where stored data slowly degrades in ways entirely invisible until someone actually attempts to open the file again. Multiple redundant copies must be maintained across different physical locations, following a principle librarians sometimes summarize simply as lots of copies keep stuff safe, ensuring that no single disaster, whether fire, flood, or simple hardware failure, could ever destroy an entire collection at once. It is worth resting gently here on just how deeply this modern principle echoes something we encountered earlier tonight, doesn't it? Ancient Alexandria, we recall, eventually lost so much of its collection partly because it existed in essentially one place, however grand and well-funded that single place initially was. Modern digital preservation, having learned this same painful lesson across so many centuries of accumulated history, now deliberately scatters its most precious materials across multiple locations, trusting redundancy itself as a quiet form of protection beyond government institutions. This same spirit of careful preservation has flourished more broadly across our own contemporary moment as well. Vast digital libraries now work to scan and freely share millions of historical texts, making manuscripts and rare books that were once accessible only to scholars traveling great distances, now available instantly to curious readers anywhere in the world with a simple internet connection. Web archiving programs, too, have quietly worked for well over 25 years now, capturing snapshots of websites before they disappear entirely. Understanding that even our casual, everyday digital lives deserve some measure of thoughtful, careful preservation as we come now to the close of this long, gentle journey through so many centuries of human memory. It feels worth resting one final time on the quiet thread connecting every single story we have wandered through together tonight, from Mesopotamian scribes pressing careful marks into soft clay, through Alexandria's ambitious scholars gathering scrolls from every corner of the known world, through Baghdad's devoted translators, medieval monks trembling with cold in their quiet scriptoriums, Renaissance cardinals rescuing fallen civilizations, fading wisdom, and now, finally, technicians in mountain server farms carefully migrating digital files into new, more durable formats. The same essential human impulse persists unbroken across more than 4,000 years. We have always understood, somewhere deep within ourselves, that our own individual lives are brief, that our own personal memories will eventually fade, and that whatever wisdom we manage to gather during our short time here deserves, if we are fortunate and careful enough, some chance of reaching hands and minds we will never personally meet. Every library we have wandered through together tonight, whether built from clay, papyrus, parchment, printed paper, or invisible digital code, represents simply another quiet expression of this same patient, generous hope. Let this final thought settle gently over you now, soft and complete, as sleep finally, fully claims you. 4,000 years of careful hands, patiently protecting fragile words against fire, flood, neglect, and the slow passage of time itself. Countless scribes, translators, monks, collectors, and modern archivists each one adding their own small, devoted thread to humanity's long, unbroken effort to remember. And you, resting now in this quiet darkness, carrying forward in your own gentle way this same ancient, unbroken thread of memory, safe, protected, and ready to rest until morning. Let your thoughts drift now toward the edge of the great Sahara Desert, toward a city whose name has long carried an almost mythical weight, Timbuktu, where sand and scholarship once existed side by side in a way that might surprise you tonight. Timbuktu rose to prominence sometime around the 12th century, positioned at a crucial crossing point where trade routes stretching across the Sahara met the gentle waters of the Niger River. Gold, salt, and countless other goods passed steadily through its markets. And with this trade came something else entirely. A slow, patient flow of scholars, manuscripts, and ideas gathered from across the Islamic world. By the 14th and 15th centuries, Timbuktu had grown into one of the great intellectual centers of West Africa. Its reputation for learning, traveling as far and as steadily as its caravans of salt and gold. At the very heart of this scholarly tradition stood the Sankor Mosque, and alongside it, a university of sorts, drawing students and teachers from across the region to study theology, law, astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. Historians estimate that by the height of Timbuktu's golden age, the city held somewhere between 700,000 and 1,000,000 manuscripts, scattered not within a single grand building, as we so often imagine when picturing a library, but rather held privately within the careful keeping of individual families, passed down tenderly from one generation to the next. There is something quietly beautiful in imagining this particular arrangement, so different from the grand, centralized libraries we wandered through earlier tonight, rather than one great collection guarded within palace walls. Timbuktu's true library existed instead as a vast, invisible network spread gently across an entire city, resting within modest homes, tucked inside wooden chests, wrapped carefully in cloth and understanding itself as the quiet custodian of its own small portion of the region's accumulated wisdom. These manuscripts covered an extraordinary range of subjects, far broader than many outside observers historically assumed when imagining what African scholarship of this era might contain. Astronomical charts tracked the movement of stars with careful precision. Medical texts described treatments and herbal remedies developed through generations of careful observation. Legal texts debated fine points of Islamic jurisprudence, while other manuscripts preserved poetry, historical chronicles, and detailed correspondence between scholars separated by considerable distance. Many were written in Arabic, though a good number were composed in African languages using Arabic script, reflecting the genuine intellectual independence and creativity flowing through this particular corner of the medieval world. Camel caravans played a role in this story worth resting upon gently tonight, much as ships once carried scrolls toward Alexandria's welcoming harbor centuries before. Scholars traveling to and from Timbuktu carried books carefully wrapped and secured upon these slow-moving caravans, crossing vast stretches of desert where a single lost or damaged bag might mean the permanent loss of some irreplaceable text. It is worth imagining the particular anxiety and care such a journey demanded. A scholar checking again and again that his precious cargo remained dry, secure, and safe from the desert's harsh, unforgiving winds as centuries passed, and as political fortunes shifted across the region. Timbuktu's golden age gradually receded, much as Alexandria's had so long before it. Yet unlike so many collections we mourned earlier tonight, Timbuktu's manuscripts did not vanish through fire or sudden catastrophe. Instead, they simply retreated quietly into private hands, hidden carefully within family homes, buried sometimes beneath floors, or tucked into hollow walls, protected patiently against the disruptions of colonization, drought, and periodic conflict that swept across the region in later centuries. It is a gentle, remarkable thought to hold on to here in the dark, imagining generations of ordinary families quietly guarding fragile manuscripts they may not have fully understood themselves, trusting simply that such careful protection mattered, that these pages deserved to survive regardless of whether anyone outside their own household ever saw them again in more recent decades. This remarkable hidden inheritance has slowly come back into wider view. Scholars and preservationists, working carefully alongside Timbuktu's own families, have gradually rediscovered and cataloged tens of thousands of these long-hidden manuscripts, establishing dedicated institutes devoted to their careful conservation and digital preservation. This work carries particular urgency, given the genuine threats such fragile texts continue to face from climate, insects, and periodic instability within the region, perhaps most movingly of all, when extremist forces threatened the city in the 2010s, threatening to destroy manuscripts they viewed as inconsistent with their own rigid beliefs. Local librarians and ordinary citizens organized a quiet, extraordinary rescue effort, smuggling hundreds of thousands of manuscripts out of Timbuktu under cover of darkness, hidden within rice sacks and metal trunks, transported carefully by boat and by road towards safer keeping in the capital city of Bamako. It is a story worth resting upon gently tonight, a modern echo of every quiet act of preservation we have wandered through together this evening. Ordinary people, understanding intuitively that certain fragile inheritances deserve extraordinary personal sacrifice to protect. Let this image settle softly over you now, as sleep continues its own patient approach. A desert city, its true library scattered invisibly across countless private homes, rather than gathered within a single grand hall. Camel caravans, carrying fragile pages carefully across endless stretches of sand. And in our own recent memory, ordinary citizens risking everything under cover of darkness to carry these same fragile pages safely away from danger, proving once again that this ancient, patient thread of careful human preservation continues quietly and remarkably into our very own time. Let your thoughts drift now toward the ancient dynasties of China, toward a tradition of imperial book collecting stretching back nearly as far as anything we have encountered tonight, and toward one particular undertaking so vast it remains, even now, almost difficult to hold fully in the mind. China's relationship with the written word reaches back many centuries, but our story tonight settles first upon the Han Dynasty and upon an emperor named Wu, who reigned during the 2nd century before our common era, following an earlier painful period during which the preceding Qin dynasty had ordered the burning of countless books deemed politically inconvenient. Emperor Wu worked deliberately to rebuild China's fractured intellectual heritage, establishing imperial archives known as the Tianlu and Sheik libraries, devoted to gathering and preserving the surviving Confucian classics. It is worth resting gently here for a moment, noticing how familiar this pattern already feels by this point in our long journey. A civilization recovering carefully from deliberate destruction, choosing patient restoration over despair. 2 scholars in particular deserve our quiet attention from this era. A father and son named Liu Xiong and Liu Xin, who undertook the painstaking work of cataloging the imperial collection, comparing different surviving copies of ancient texts, correcting errors, and organizing everything into careful, methodical bibliographies. It is a gentle thought to hold on to. Imagining these 2 men working across a single family's lifetime, much like Hunayn and his son within Baghdad's own house of wisdom, many centuries later, passing this same careful devotion to accuracy and order quietly from one generation into the next. As the centuries passed, successive Chinese dynasties continued this tradition of imperial library keeping, each one establishing its own dedicated bureau responsible for maintaining the emperor's growing collection of documents and texts. This office passed through several different names across the years, known at various points as the Directorate of the Palace Library, or by the rather lovely title Lanta, meaning orchid pavilion, evoking a gentle, fragrant image of scholarly quiet amid the busy imperial court. By the time of the Tang and Song dynasties, China had also developed academies known as Shaiyuan, gradually opening access to scholars and students beyond the immediate royal household, echoing that same slow democratization of learning we witnessed centuries later within Rome's own public libraries. It was during the Song dynasty, too, that a technology already familiar to us from tonight's earlier wanderings arrived to transform Chinese scholarship considerably. Woodblock printing, developed centuries before Gutenberg's own press, would eventually reshape Europe. This innovation allowed texts to be reproduced with far greater speed and reliability than careful hand copying alone could ever achieve, and it made maintaining a well-organized, accessible library considerably more important than ever before, as the sheer volume of printed material available to scholars grew steadily larger with each passing generation. Yet it is a single, extraordinary undertaking from the early 15th century that deserves our fullest attention tonight. A project so ambitious in scale that it remains, even by modern standards, almost difficult to properly comprehend. In the year 1403, the Yongle Emperor, ruling during the Ming Dynasty, commissioned an enormous compilation project, one intended quite simply to gather together everything that had ever been written across the entire breadth of Chinese literature, history, philosophy, science, and art. Picture, if you can, the sheer scale of ambition contained within this single imperial command. More than 2,000 scholars were gathered together to complete this work, drawing carefully from over 7,000 distinct earlier texts, stretching all the way back to the era before the Qin dynasty itself, working steadily across several years. These scholars organized their findings using an elegant and rather clever indexing system, arranging entries according to the rhyming sounds of Chinese characters, a method that allowed readers to locate related subjects and passages with genuine efficiency despite the collection's staggering size. By the time this project reached completion in 1408, it had grown into something almost beyond ordinary imagining. The finished work, known as the Yongle Encyclopedia, contained 22,877 chapters, bound carefully into 11,095 separate volumes, totaling somewhere close to 370 million individual Chinese characters. It is worth pausing gently here, allowing that number to settle fully into your thoughts. 370 million characters, each one copied painstakingly by hand. Since this particular project, remarkably, relied upon careful manuscript copying rather than the woodblock printing already available at the time, likely owing to its sheer, unprecedented scale. When the finished encyclopedia was presented to the emperor, he personally composed its preface and bestowed upon it the name it carries even today for many centuries afterward. The Yongle Encyclopedia stood as the largest encyclopedic compilation the world had ever produced, a distinction it would hold for well over 500 years, until modern digital reference works finally surpassed its extraordinary scope. There is something quietly moving in imagining the sheer patience this project demanded from everyone involved, echoing so much of what we have wandered through together tonight. 2,000 scholars gathered together not by any single overwhelming ambition of their own, but by an emperor's singular vision, spending years of their lives copying, organizing, and preserving centuries of accumulated wisdom, understanding, perhaps, that they were building something that would long outlast their own individual contributions, their own names quietly folding into a collective, anonymous achievement of genuinely staggering proportion. And yet, as we have learned so many times throughout tonight's long journey, even the grandest and most carefully constructed collections remain vulnerable to the passage of time. The original manuscript copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia was eventually lost entirely, its fate uncertain even to careful modern historians. A second complete copy, created specifically to help protect against exactly this kind of loss, gradually suffered its own steady series of misfortunes across the following centuries, damaged by fire, scattered by war, and quietly diminished through theft. It is worth resting gently here, considering just how familiar this particular pattern feels by now, so late in our evening together. Not a single catastrophic destruction, but rather a slow, accumulating series of smaller losses. Fire here, conflict there, theft in another quiet moment, each one chipping away gradually at something once whole and complete. Today, less than 4% of the original encyclopedia's contents are believed to survive. Scattered now across libraries and private collections in several different countries around the world, the National Library of China currently holds the largest surviving portion of this remarkable work, presently caring for 224 volumes, each one treated as an object of genuine cultural treasure. However small a fragment it represents of the original, staggering whole, it is a gentle, bittersweet thought to hold on to here in the dark. Imagining librarians today handling these surviving volumes with the same careful, reverent attention that Alexandria's own scholars once showed toward their most treasured scrolls, understanding that what remains, however incomplete, still carries forward something genuinely irreplaceable. There is a particular lesson worth resting upon gently as we consider this story alongside so many others we have encountered tonight. The Yongle Emperor's ambition mirrored, in its own way, the same impulse that drove Ptolemy, the first to found his great library at Alexandria so many centuries earlier. A ruler's genuine desire to gather all existing knowledge beneath a single unified effort, ensuring nothing valuable might be lost to careless neglect or the passage of time. And yet, despite every careful precaution, despite multiple copies deliberately created specifically to guard against loss, the vast majority of this extraordinary achievement still slipped away across the centuries that followed. A quiet, humbling reminder that even our most determined efforts at complete preservation rarely succeed entirely, Perhaps this is precisely why the surviving fragments feel so genuinely precious to modern scholars, why libraries around the world continue studying and digitizing what remains with such evident care and devotion. Each surviving volume represents not simply information, but a fragile, hard-won victory against centuries of loss. A small, stubborn thread of continuity connecting us directly back to those 2,000 anonymous scholars, laboring patiently across several years, hoping quietly that their careful work might somehow outlast them. Let this thought settle gently over you now, as sleep continues its own unhurried approach. An emperor's extraordinary ambition, gathering the accumulated wisdom of an entire civilization into a single, staggering compilation. Thousands of careful scholarly hands, copying patiently across many years, understanding they were building something larger than any single lifetime could contain. And even now, centuries later, a small handful of surviving volumes, treasured and protected, quietly proving that even when so much is lost, what little remains can still carry forward a civilization's memory, fragile, but unmistakably, wonderfully alive. Let your thoughts drift now toward a city built quite deliberately as a new Rome, rising along the waters where Europe and Asia gently meet, where for nearly 11 centuries, careful hands kept a quiet promise to the ancient world. Constantinople was founded in the 4th century by the Emperor Constantine, who envisioned it as a fitting new capital for his vast empire. And though he himself dreamed of establishing a great library within its walls, his reign proved too brief to see this particular vision fully realized. It fell instead to his son, the Emperor Constantius II, who established a library housed within a portico of the royal palace, and alongside it, something equally important, a dedicated scriptorium where careful scribes could begin the slow, patient work of transferring aging texts onto more durable materials. There is something quietly moving in imagining the particular urgency behind this decision. By this point in our long journey together tonight, we understand well how fragile papyrus truly was, how easily it succumbed to dampness, insects, and simple time. Constantius understood this fragility too, and he set his scribes to a very specific task, copying the surviving works of Greek literature from their crumbling papyrus rolls onto sturdier parchment, the very material born from Pergamon's ancient rivalry with Alexandria so many centuries earlier. This effort was overseen by a scholar named Themistius, who commanded a careful team of calligraphers and librarians. And under the Emperor Valens, the workshop's staff grew to include 4 dedicated Greek scribes and 3 Latin ones, each working steadily to preserve what they could. It is worth pausing gently here on a particular decision this small team faced, one that carries within it a quiet, difficult weight. Given limited time and resources, Themistius and his scribes could not possibly copy everything. They had to choose. Older, more celebrated works, the poetry of Homer, the histories of the Hellenistic age, the plays of Sophocles, were given priority over more contemporary or less widely read texts. This careful, deliberate act of selection carries within it a rather sobering truth, one worth resting upon honestly tonight. Themistius himself apparently knew of certain philosophical works, including writings by a celebrated triad of Stoic thinkers, that simply did not make this particular cut. And these works, quietly passed over in favor of other priorities, are now lost to us entirely. It is a gentle, humbling reminder that even the most careful, well-intentioned preservation efforts inevitably involve loss alongside rescue, that saving some things has so often meant quietly and unavoidably letting others slip away. And yet, what these scribes did manage to preserve proved genuinely extraordinary. Among the treasures held within Constantinople's growing collection was said to be a single scroll containing the entirety of Homer's works, reportedly stretching some 120 feet in length. Its text, rendered in shimmering gold ink, picture this remarkable object resting gently within the palace library. A single continuous scroll capturing an entire epic tradition. Its golden letters catching whatever soft light filtered through the portico where it was kept for texts that resisted easy translation from crumbling papyrus onto parchment. The scriptorium's careful workers developed another gentle solution entirely, encasing the fragile original papyrus within protective sheets of parchment. Buying these vulnerable texts additional time, even when a full transcription proved impractical. It is worth resting on this small, thoughtful gesture, imagining scribes wrapping fragile pages the way one might wrap a sleeping child against a winter chill, offering whatever modest protection circumstances allowed, even when a complete rescue remained beyond their reach. At its height, sometime during the 5th century, the Imperial Library of Constantinople held an estimated 120,000 volumes, making it, by a considerable margin, the largest library anywhere in Europe during this particular era. Yet, as we have learned so many times throughout tonight's long journey, even the grandest collections remain vulnerable to catastrophe. In the year 473, a devastating fire swept through the library, consuming the entire collection in a single terrible night. All 120,000 volumes lost at once. It is worth pausing gently here, allowing this particular loss to settle fully into your thoughts, resting alongside the many other losses we have mourned together this evening. And yet, much as we discovered when we examined Alexandria's own slow fading earlier tonight, this was not quite the complete ending it might first appear to be. Themistius and Constantius's earlier efforts had not been entirely in vain. Copies made during those careful decades of transcription had already begun circulating beyond the palace library itself, finding their way into monasteries, private collections, and the hands of individual scholars scattered across the wider Byzantine world. The library building burned, but a portion of what it had once protected had already quietly escaped into safer keeping elsewhere. The library was rebuilt following this devastating loss, only to face further fires across the centuries that followed, struck again in the year 726, and enduring still further hardship and gradual rebuilding, as Byzantine fortunes rose and fell across the long centuries of the empire's existence. Through all of this repeated destruction and patient reconstruction, Byzantine scribes continued their quiet, steady work, copying and recopying the classical texts entrusted to their care. Generation after devoted generation, it is difficult to overstate just how significant this centuries-long labor eventually proved to be. Modern scholars estimate that a genuinely remarkable proportion of the ancient Greek literature we still possess today, works by Aristotle, Plato, Sophocles, and countless others, survives specifically because Byzantine scribes kept faithfully copying these texts for nearly 1,000 years, long after the Western Roman Empire itself had crumbled into fragments. Constantinople, in this sense, became something like a patient, quiet bridge, carrying classical antiquities, fragile inheritance, steadily forward through centuries, when much of Europe had little capacity to protect such things itself. The most severe blow to this long tradition arrived in April of 1204, when soldiers of the Fourth Crusade, ostensibly Christian allies rather than hostile invaders, sacked Constantinople itself, and in the resulting chaos, the imperial library suffered extensive destruction and dispersal. It is a particularly painful detail to rest upon tonight. Imagining a city's own supposed defenders bringing about such devastating cultural loss. A reminder that betrayal, even more than open enmity, has so often proven especially destructive to fragile inheritances of this kind. Despite this catastrophe, Byzantine scholarship did not entirely vanish, and Constantinople's tradition of careful preservation continued, diminished but not extinguished, across the final centuries of the empire's slow decline. And then, as the Ottoman siege finally tightened around the city in 1453, something remarkable and deeply moving occurred. One final, quiet act of rescue worth resting upon gently as we near tonight's close. Byzantine scholars, including figures such as John Argyropoulos and Demetrius Chalcondyles, understanding that their city itself was doomed, made a deliberate choice about what to save rather than gathering jewelry or coins. They loaded ships with crates of Greek philosophy and science texts, works that had been largely absent from Western Europe for centuries, and carried them onward to Italy. These scholarly refugees brought with them something even more valuable than the physical texts themselves: the actual ability to read and understand them. And they established schools in Florence and Rome, teaching an eager new generation of Italian humanists how to translate this rediscovered Greek learning. It is a wonderfully fitting echo, resting here so late in our journey, of Bessarion's own quiet devotion, which we encountered just a little earlier tonight. This same spirit of rescue and careful transmission, carrying Byzantine wisdom directly into the heart of the Italian Renaissance, we explored not long ago. Let this thought settle gently over you now, as sleep continues drawing softly nearer. A library built to outlast an empire, patiently copying fragile papyrus onto sturdier parchment across many careful generations, fires and sieges, again and again, threatening to erase this patient work entirely. And in its very final hour, scholars choosing books over treasure, carrying humanity's ancient wisdom safely across the sea, ensuring that even as one great city finally fell, the words it had guarded so faithfully for 11 centuries would continue quietly and remarkably into everything that came after. Let your thoughts settle now upon our final destination tonight, resting gently on a subject that carries, admittedly, a heavier weight than most of what we have explored this evening, though we will hold it as softly and carefully as we can. We travel now to ancient India, to a place called Nalanda, nestled within the region of Bihar, where a monastery and university flourished for many centuries, beginning around the 5th century of our common era. Nalanda grew into something genuinely extraordinary, drawing at its height some 10,000 students and more than 1,500 teachers from across an enormous stretch of the known world. Scholars traveling from China, Korea, Japan, Tibet, Persia, and beyond, simply for the privilege of studying within its halls. It stands, by many accounts, among the very first residential universities the world had ever known, predating similar institutions in Europe by many centuries. At the heart of Nalanda's reputation stood its magnificent library, known as Dharmaganya, meaning treasury of truth. This was no single modest room, but rather an entire complex of 3 great buildings, each bearing its own lovely name, Ratnasagara, meaning ocean of jewels, Ratnadadhi, meaning sea of jewels, and Ratnaranjaka, meaning delighter of jewels, the most precious of these, Ratnadadhi, rose 9 stories into the sky, its upper floors reportedly gilded and bejeweled, holding among its treasures sacred Buddhist texts of the highest importance. Within these walls, monks spent their days both studying ancient wisdom and patiently copying manuscripts by hand, adding steadily to a collection that some accounts suggest may have held several million individual texts. It is worth resting gently here, imagining the sheer breadth of subjects held within these careful shelves. Nalanda's curriculum embraced not only Buddhist scripture and philosophy, but also medicine, astronomy, mathematics, grammar, logic, metallurgy, and the fine arts, reflecting a genuinely comprehensive vision of what a complete education might include. Scholars such as Aryabhata, whose mathematical and astronomical insights would influence learning for centuries afterward, and travelers such as the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, who left behind detailed written accounts of his years studying at Nalanda, all passed through these same halls, adding their own quiet contributions to this remarkable center of learning. In the year 1193, tragedy arrived at Nalanda's gates. A military commander named Bakhtiar Khilji led an assault upon the university, and in the devastation that followed, monks were killed. The institution was ransacked, and its great library was set ablaze. According to several historical accounts, the fire burned for months. Smoke from the burning manuscripts manuscripts, hanging like a dark pall over the surrounding hills, for what witnesses described as an unusually long and haunting stretch of time. It is important, resting here gently in the dark, to hold this particular story with appropriate care and honesty. Modern historians continue to debate certain details surrounding this event, including the precise motivations behind the attack and the exact scale of destruction. And it is worth acknowledging that some scholars believe political and military conquest, rather than deliberate religious targeting alone, played a significant role in what unfolded. What remains clear across every careful account is that an institution representing centuries of accumulated learning suffered a loss of genuinely staggering proportions, one from which it never fully recovered. There is something worth pausing on here, a thought we have circled gently throughout so much of tonight's journey, yet which feels especially important to name honestly in this particular moment. Not every library we have lost across these 4,000 years was lost to neglect or slow, gradual fading, as we witnessed with Alexandria, some like Nalanda, and like Constantinople during its darkest hour, were lost instead to deliberate, sudden violence, human choices made in moments of conquest and conflict, choices that erased in a single season what patient generations had spent centuries building. And yet, even here, amid such profound loss, small threads of continuity managed to survive. As Nalanda burned, some monks and scholars fled carrying whatever texts they could gather in haste, making their way toward Tibet, Nepal, and other neighboring regions where Buddhist learning continued to flourish in exile. Tibetan monasteries in particular preserved translations of numerous Sanskrit Buddhist texts that might otherwise have vanished entirely, echoing that same quiet pattern we witnessed when Byzantine scholars carried Greek learning out of a falling Constantinople, or when Timbuktu's families hid their manuscripts from danger within the walls of their own homes. It feels worth pausing gently and honestly on a broader truth that Nalanda's story brings into particularly sharp focus tonight. As we near the close of this long evening together, for every library whose story we have been able to tell across these many hours, gathering names, dates, and careful details from surviving records and modern scholarship, there exist countless others whose stories we simply cannot tell at all, because nothing survived to tell them. Private collections lost to house fires, regional archives destroyed in conflicts too small to attract the attention of surviving chroniclers, individual scholars whose life's work vanished the moment their own memory did, with no student, no family member, no institution positioned to carry their careful accumulation of knowledge forward. This is perhaps the quietest and most humbling lesson tonight's long journey has to offer. We have wandered together through Mesopotamia, Alexandria, Pergamon, Rome, Baghdad, medieval Europe, Timbuktu, China, Constantinople, and now Nalanda. And in every single case, what allowed us to tell these particular stories was simply this: that something, however small, however fragmentary, managed to survive long enough for someone to notice it, study it, and pass its memory forward. The libraries genuinely lost to history, the ones erased so completely that not even their names survive, remain forever beyond even our most careful, patient reach tonight. There is something gentle worth resting upon within this uncomfortable truth. Even so, rather than despairing over everything we cannot recover, we might instead allow ourselves a quiet, grateful appreciation for everything that somehow, against every reasonable expectation, did manage to survive. A single scroll from Herculaneum, buried and forgotten for 16 centuries, finally read again through patient modern technology. A handful of manuscripts from the Yongle Encyclopedia, representing less than 4% of an almost unimaginably vast original work, still carefully preserved today. A rice sack smuggled quietly out of Timbuktu under cover of darkness. Each survival, however small and fragmentary against everything that was lost, represents its own small, genuine victory. Let this final thought rest gently over you now, as sleep finally, completely claims you. Not every story from humanity's long, patient effort to preserve memory ends happily, and Nalanda's burning hillside, its smoke lingering for months over quiet Indian countryside, reminds us honestly of this tonight. And yet, even here, monks carried scrolls into exile. Memory found new homes in distant mountains, and something, however diminished, continued forward regardless. This has always been the quiet truth beneath every single library we explored together this evening. That loss and preservation exist always side by side, that neither one ever fully triumphs over the other, and that our own small, patient efforts to remember, however incomplete, however imperfect, remain worth making anyway, again and again, for as long as there are hands willing to try. Let your thoughts drift now, one final time before we rest, toward the quiet stone quadrangles of Oxford, where a retired diplomat's second act in life would create one of the most enduring libraries the world has ever known. His name was Thomas Bodley, and by the time he reached his early 50s, he had already lived a rich and varied life, serving as a scholar, a lecturer, and later a diplomat in the service of Queen Elizabeth I, traveling across Europe on delicate matters of state. Yet by 1597, Bodley found himself increasingly weary of court politics and diplomatic service, and he made a decision that feels, in its own quiet way, rather beautiful to rest upon tonight. Rather than retiring simply to rest, he resolved to devote the remainder of his life to a single, patient purpose: restoring Oxford University's own library, which had by this point fallen into a state of genuine neglect and ruin. It is worth pausing gently here, understanding just how far this particular library had already fallen by the time Bodley turned his attention toward it. Oxford had actually possessed a library once before, generously endowed with books and funding by Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, brother to King Henry V, sometime in the early 15th century. Yet as the decades passed, and as the university itself grew impoverished, and as the newer technology of printing gradually reduced the perceived value of individual handwritten volumes, this once treasured collection slowly declined in importance. The final blow arrived during the reign of the young King Edward VI, whose commissioners, acting on religious grounds during a period of considerable upheaval, ordered what remained of the library's books removed entirely. Soon afterward, even the very shelves themselves were dismantled, leaving the room simply empty, forgotten, and quietly falling into disrepair for the better part of half a century. There is something worth resting upon in this particular kind of loss tonight. One we have not quite encountered in this exact form throughout our long journey together. Not fire, not sudden conquest, not even the slow creep of simple neglect we witnessed in Alexandria, but rather a deliberate, official decision made in a moment of religious and political change to simply empty a room of everything it had once carefully held. And yet, as Bodley's own story reminds us so gently tonight, even a room stripped entirely bare can, given enough patience and devotion, be filled again. Bodley described his own vision for this restored library in wonderfully humble terms, writing that he could not busy himself in his retirement to any better purpose than reducing this ruined space back to what he called the public use of students. He began in earnest around 1598, and over the following years he drew upon his own personal fortune, his considerable network of friends and former diplomatic connections, and his own patient persistence, sending agents traveling across Europe specifically to gather books on his behalf. Bodley held rather particular, sometimes charmingly strict opinions about what deserved a place upon his shelves, expressing genuine disdain for what he called baggage books, works such as almanacs and popular plays that he considered unworthy of serious scholarly attention. It is a rather amusing detail to hold on to here in the dark, imagining this careful, devoted collector quietly turning up his nose at exactly the kind of popular entertainment that history would eventually come to treasure just as dearly, including, as it happens, an original copy of Shakespeare's First Folio, which nonetheless found its way into the collection regardless of Bodley's own personal preferences on the 8th of November, 1602. The newly restored library opened its doors, holding at that point a collection of roughly 2,000 carefully gathered books. It is worth pausing gently here on a particular word historians use to describe this opening: public, though not quite in the sense we might assume today. This did not mean open to absolutely anyone walking in from the street, but rather open specifically to qualified scholars. A genuinely novel concept for its time, since most significant libraries then in existence remained essentially private, restricted to their owners' own household or immediate circle. This distinction made the Bodleian, by many careful historical accounts, among the very first public libraries in this particular sense anywhere in Europe. Bodley's most enduring and quietly ingenious contribution, however, arrived several years later, in 1610, when he reached an agreement with the Stationers' Company in London, the professional guild responsible for registering and licensing newly printed books across England. Under this arrangement, the stationers agreed to send the Bodleian a single copy of every book they registered, entirely free of charge. This quiet agreement represents something genuinely remarkable to rest upon tonight. An early forerunner of what modern libraries now call legal deposit, a system ensuring that a library receives automatically and continuously a copy of essentially everything newly published within its country. There is something wonderfully clever in imagining the elegant simplicity of this solution, rather than relying entirely on Bodley's own personal wealth, or the generosity of scattered donors, or the tireless efforts of agents traveling across the continent. This single agreement created a quiet, self-sustaining stream of books, flowing steadily into the library's keeping, year after year, without requiring any further personal fortune or effort at all. It solved, in one thoughtful stroke, we have wandered through together tonight. How to keep a collection growing steadily once its founders own personal energy and resources were eventually exhausted. This arrangement proved so effective that the collection began growing at a genuinely startling pace. The library required its first significant physical expansion within less than a decade of opening, between 1610 and 1612, and needed still further expansion barely 2 decades later, between 1634 and 1637, when the legal scholar John Selden passed away. He left his own substantial personal collection of books and manuscripts to the Bodleian as well, adding yet another generous thread to this steadily growing tapestry. It is a familiar, comforting pattern by this point in our long evening together, isn't it? Individual collectors, again and again throughout history, choosing to entrust their own carefully gathered treasures to an institution capable of protecting and sharing them far longer than any single person's own lifetime ever could. There is one small, rather charming detail from the Bodleian's earliest years, worth resting upon gently before we finally allow ourselves to drift toward sleep tonight. From its very founding, the library instituted a particular oath that every student wishing to use its reading rooms was required to swear, promising solemnly that they would not bring or kindle any fire within the library's walls. This same oath, remarkably, remains in use even today, more than 4 centuries later. Every new reader at the Bodleian still required to make this same quiet promise before being permitted to sit among its shelves. It is a gentle, fitting echo of so much we explored earlier tonight, isn't it? Considering just how many of the great libraries we mourned together this evening: Alexandria, Constantinople, Nalanda, met their end specifically through fire. Bodley and his successors, it seems, understood this particular danger with genuine, lasting seriousness, weaving a simple, spoken promise into the very fabric of the institution's daily life. A small ritual act of protection, repeated quietly by every single reader for 400 years and counting. Audley continued devoting himself to this library until his death in 1613, and the institution that carries his name has continued growing steadily across the 4 centuries since, weathering wars, expansions, and the arrival of entirely new technologies. Much as every library we have encountered tonight eventually had to do. Today, the Bodleian holds more than 4 million printed volumes and some 50,000 manuscripts. Its underground storage facilities, extending far beneath Oxford's quiet, ancient streets, holding within them a continuity of purpose, stretching back to that single retired diplomat's quiet decision to fill an empty, forgotten room once more. Let this final, gentle image rest over you now, alongside everything else we have gathered together across this long, patient evening. A room stripped entirely bare by royal decree, standing empty and forgotten for nearly 50 years, and then one man's quiet retirement, one small agreement with a London guild, one simple fire safety oath, repeated faithfully by every reader for 4 centuries, slowly filling that same empty room, and then countless rooms beyond it, with a steady, unbroken stream of human thought and memory that continues flowing even now, tonight, as you finally allow yourself to rest. You have traveled an extraordinarily long way tonight, resting gently across more than 4,000 years of human memory, spanning deserts, rivers, palaces, and quiet monastery rooms. And now, as we come to the close of this journey together, there is nothing more required of you than to simply let go and drift. Think back if you can, though you need not try very hard at all, to where we began this evening. A quiet riverbank in ancient Mesopotamia, where the first patient hands pressed soft, damp clay with a simple reed, marking down words that would somehow, against every reasonable expectation, still be legible more than 4,000 years later. That was where our story started, and it feels fitting, resting here now near its end, to remember just how humble and simple that beginning truly was. From that gentle beginning, we wandered together through so many centuries and so many different hands, we visited a king's library in ancient Nineveh, stood beside Alexandria's shining harbor, and felt the quiet rivalry with Pergamon that gave the world the very shape of the book itself. We walked through Ephesus, where a grieving son built a library to honor his father, and through Rome's bustling public halls, where for a few remarkable centuries knowledge belonged to any citizen willing to walk through an open door. We witnessed Alexandria's slow, quiet fading, and traveled onward to Baghdad, where scholars of every faith worked side by side, translating the ancient world back into living memory. We shivered gently alongside medieval monks, copying manuscripts with trembling hands in cold stone scriptoriums, and marveled at Herculaneum's strange, beautiful paradox, a library buried by fire, only to be preserved by that very same fire, waiting patiently for modern hands to finally read it again. We wandered through university towns, where books were chained not from shame, but from reverence, and stood in Gutenberg's quiet German workshop as his patient tinkering freed the written word from centuries of laborious copying. We walked through Renaissance Rome, watching popes and cardinals rescue Greek wisdom from a fallen empire's ashes, and visited a physician's private collection in London, transformed gradually into an entire nation's shared treasure. And then, tonight, we traveled further still. We crossed the vast Sahara toward Timbuktu, where an entire city's library existed invisibly, scattered gently across countless private homes, each family its own quiet custodian of fragile pages, later smuggled to safety in rice sacks under cover of darkness. We stood before an emperor's almost unimaginable ambition in Ming Dynasty China, watching 2,000 scholars labor for years to gather an entire civilization's knowledge into a single towering encyclopedia, a treasure of which only a small, precious fragment survives today. We returned once more to Constantinople, where careful scribes spent 11 centuries copying fragile Greek papyrus onto sturdier parchment, saving what they could even as fire and conquest struck again and again, until finally in the empire's very last hour, scholars chose books over treasure and carried humanity's ancient wisdom safely across the sea, and we sat gently and honestly with Nalanda, a library that burned for months upon a distant hillside in India, a loss we could not soften into something painless, because some losses in this long story were never meant to be softened, only witnessed and remembered and carried forward as a quiet, humbling truth. There is a gentle thread connecting every single one of these stories, isn't there? Resting quietly beneath all the different centuries, languages, and materials we encountered tonight. It is simply this: someone, somewhere, always cared enough to try. A scribe pressing careful marks into clay. A family in Timbuktu guarding a manuscript they may never have fully understood themselves. A monk fleeing a burning library with whatever scrolls his arms could hold. Each one, in their own quiet way, choosing to believe that certain words, certain ideas, certain fragments of human understanding deserved a chance to reach beyond their own brief lifetime, even when the world around them gave them every reason to believe otherwise. And now, in this quiet darkness, that same gentle thread reaches all the way to you. You have carried this long, patient history with you tonight, resting peacefully as it unfolded through triumph and through genuine loss alike. And there is nothing more you need to do with it now, except let it settle softly into sleep alongside you. No need to remember every name or every date. Simply let the feeling remain, that quiet, steady sense that across thousands of years and across every corner of this wide world, countless careful hands have worked patiently to ensure that memory itself might endure, even when so very much of it, inevitably, could not be saved at all. Let your breathing continue its own slow, natural rhythm now. Let your thoughts grow softer, quieter, more distant, like a candle slowly burning down through its final gentle hour. Somewhere, perhaps, ancient scrolls still rest peacefully beneath calm harbor waters. Somewhere, hidden manuscripts still rest safely within quiet desert homes. And somewhere, quietly, safely, you drift now too, carried gently toward sleep by the same soft, unbroken thread that has connected human memory across every single night that has ever come before this one. Rest now. You have traveled far enough for tonight. Everything that needed remembering has been remembered. Everything that could be preserved has been honored. And everything that needs to happen now is simply this: gentle, unhurried, peaceful sleep.